Chapter 1: The Pact. The summer we learned what it cost to be believed. The lake was a mouth. It had eaten the old town 3 decades before I was born, but that August it sat panting, low from drought, shoreline pulled back like lips. Foundations showed. Stairs to nothing. A stone well drawn in chalk across mud. The bell tower, which used to bob like a broken tooth every dry year, stood naked to the waist. We were 5, and we had nowhere better to be. Jax had the keys. He always did. He wore them on a ring he'd found in the high school shop room, a bundle of brass tagged with dymo tape. Boiler, shop, store. He liked the sound they made when he ran, a rougher music than the shriek of his bike chain. Everyone said his father had left him for a woman with air conditioning. We said nothing. We followed the keys. Cole followed because Jax did. Lena because she despised the part of herself that trusted any boy to go first. Benji because even back then he collected dangerous moments the way other kids collected baseball cards. Me because I typed town council minutes for my mother at night and knew what the reservoir meant to the grown-ups. A ribbon on a map, a budget line, a problem solved by calling it a lake. I wanted to see the bones of the problem when it stopped pretending to be water. We crossed the flats at dusk, shoes sucking in the dredge smell. Our parents thought we were at Cole's basement, having a Terminator marathon on a stolen VHS. We were not. We were climbing the scaffolding some fool had left when the county tried to cap the bell tower the summer I turned 13. The scaffolding was 2 stories of aluminum apology listing against stone. Every rung clanged despite our best efforts. The heat left the mud and rose into our faces. My glasses fogged and cleared. I pushed them up and drank air like it had flavor. There was a chain nailed across the tower's arched doorway. County property. NO entry. The door behind it wore the grass stain of 1,000 hands. Jax lifted the chain with a grunt and a grin, and we ducked under like goats. The air inside was cathedral cool and mold sweet. Our flashlight beams made columns jump out of the dark, centuries collapsing into a breath where mortar had failed. Smells like church, Benji whispered. You ever been? Lena said. Weddings, he said. A couple funerals. I liked the cookies. The stairs up to the belfry were stone and slick. A frog had taken up residence on the 5th step and blinked at us, unbothered by trespassers. Jax went first, keys tucked into his back pocket so they wouldn't sing. He had the long, loose-legged confidence of skinny boys who haven't learned yet that the world makes an inventory of what you love. The bell was bigger than memory. It sat in its wooden yoke like a beast sedated, green with oxidation. Initials scratched across its lip by teenagers with penknives from a century when vandalism counted as devotion. In the near dark, the mouth gaped toward the hole where the trapdoor had once been, the square that dropped straight to the nave and through the nave to what the lake had become, a glove full of bones. We circled it, reverent despite how badly we wanted to pretend we were not. Lena spit on her palm and touched the metal. It took her heat and didn't give it back. Think it still works? Cole asked. His voice had the squeak it got when he felt stupid and refused to let it slow him down. Only one way to find out, Jax said, because it was his job to say that. Don't, I said, automatic. My mom says. Your mom says everything, Cole said. Your mom prints no on printer paper and tapes it to the world. She works at the town hall, I said, not the Vatican. Benji had already slid under the beam and gotten a hand on the wheel. Help me, he said, and Jax was there, the 2 of them lifting, the old thatch of rope creaking in the way of tendons that know exactly how to betray you. The bell swayed a hair. The tower made a noise deep in its throat. Somewhere below us, water talked to stone. Footsteps scuffed on the stairs. We froze. The light on the landing cut our ankles, a small beam, then a bigger one blundered up behind it, bright and unfriendly. A voice rode up after, annoyed but not surprised. Hey, hey, we should have run. We did not. This is the part of the story where grown people shake their heads and say, of course you ran. God, you must have. But it is a new, terrible thing to be seen doing something wrong by someone who shouldn't be there either. It puts you, just for a second, on a kind of equality. The caretaker was younger than I'd expected. 25, maybe. Familiar in that small-town way. The kind of man you've nodded at 100 times without storing his name. He had a radio clipped to his belt that hissed information that didn't want to be useful. His boots were laced with the boredom of a night shift. "What are you doing?" he said, and Jax did not say what I would have said, "Sorry, leaving, sir." He straightened. He reached for the wheel again with the flamboyance of kids who cannot physically tolerate letting go of an idea. "It's illegal to be cooler than us," Jack said. "We're equal offenders." The caretaker's radio popped. He jerked toward it and then saw the bell go again, the beam turning under Jax's hands and Benji's narrow chest. The bell's lip lifted to the smallest angle and then came down with a dutiful moan. "Stop it," he said. He stepped without looking, his boots skated on algae, and he lunged to catch the wall and missed the wall and found the rope instead. There are accidents that happen in skids, drawn out and violently informative. This wasn't one. It was like watching a door shut. A boot slid. His shoulder took the weight his hands didn't. The rope popped off a rung it had slept on for decades with hurt surprise. He fell sideways. He didn't yell. The caretaker disappeared into the square in the floor. The bell rang. It wasn't loud. It wasn't the operatic death throw of a medieval town calling fire. It was the ugly, honest sound of a thing used wrong. It trembled through my bones. It measured me and found me lacking. It tried to make the mud of the lake outside into a choir, and the mud said no and kept its place. We did not speak. We went down the stairs like old people. The beam of the caretaker's bigger flashlight lay a few steps from the landing, pointing up into nothing now. The smaller light, that must have been his too, lay on its side in the nave, useless, painting a wedge of water gray on the far wall. The square in the floor was a clean dark. 2 seconds. 5. 20. It was unthinkable that someone would fall quietly and remain quiet. It was the only thing happening. "Maybe there's a platform," Cole said. His voice had downgraded to a child, hopeful and obscene. "Maybe he on a ledge." "There's no ledge," Lena said. "It's a chute, Cole. Look down." We did. We saw our own pale, jellied faces looking back, the reflection wobbling. We saw nothing else. I have replayed the moment in which we could have gone for help 1,000 ways. In none of those versions does anyone adult enough and awake enough arrive in time to bend time back. The lake was low, but it wasn't empty. The tower's throat dropped into a pool dark and cold enough to keep secrets forever. The caretaker was gone. What we changed by leaving would be our names, not his. Jack sat down. It looked like he'd been punched, like he'd swallowed his weather, and found it all stone. He put his hands on his knees and rubbed them like a man twice his age, warming blood back into his palms in front of a garbage can fire. He grabbed the rope, he said, in that church voice people adopt in rooms that are old, because they are scared it comes out loud. It snapped. "Rope didn't snap," Benji said. His mouth was a hard slash. He pointed. The rope lay across the floor where it had leapt, must unbroken. It slid. "It's not our fault if the county—" "Shut up," Lena said. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to put them in her pockets to keep from showing him. "Shut up or I'll make you." We sat in a miserable circle like children in a book whose author has discovered moral ambiguity late in their career. The caretaker's radio hissed once and died the way a cricket dies. "We can call," I said at last. "We can anonymously or—" "And say what?" Cole said. "We were in there, and he fell, and the bell rang, and we left." "The truth," I said. It sounded idiotic out loud. Jax didn't look at me. He took the key ring from his pocket and peeled off the Dymo tag that said store. He used his thumbnail to cut it in half. He took the half that said S and snapped that in half again. It left a plastic shard like a sharp fish scale in his palm. "We don't tell," he said, very calm. "We don't come back. We don't make a shrine of it or a joke out of it. We don't say his name like we own it. We put a thing where a thing wants to be, and we give the water what it came for." "That is not," Lena started. "That is exactly how this town survives itself," Jack said, and the rage in his face made him suddenly beautiful in the way a match is. We forget in the right direction. We keep our mouths shut, and we grow up and we leave. "We're kids," Cole said. "No one believes kids anyway." Benji nodded once, slow. "He's not wrong," he said, and looked away. He had a talent even then for looking away that I mistook for kindness for a very long time. "We swear. Not because it's noble. Because it's practical." There was a small brass drawer pull half sunk in the dried mud by the door. I don't know how many hands had held it in the days when this tower wasn't an island. Jax dug it out with his heel and passed it around the circle. The thing was benign, pocket-sized, a token. It weighed as much as a promise. "Touch it," he said. "You say it. Mira." My name was a door. It opened. I touched the drawer pull. It was cool and indecently ordinary. "I won't tell," I said, and my throat burned with how much a lie can resemble a vow. "Lena," he said. She touched it, her jaw hard. "I won't tell," she said, "but we're going to hell." Cole. "I won't tell." Benji. He smirked. "I won't." Jax closed his hand around the pole like a magician, making a quarter disappear, and tucked it into his pocket. We left. We did not run. We walked through the gullet of the lake and climbed the shore and stood in the parking lot with the buzz of the faulty light like judgment above our heads, and then, because it was the only future we could imagine, we went to Cole's basement and watched Arnold shoot things until sleep found us anyway. The caretaker was found 2 weeks later when the water rose a little and gave up what it didn't love enough to keep. His name was Tyler Gage. He had a sister in the next county and a mother who made bad casseroles and good hats. The paper said accident in large type and in smaller type. Tragedy, weather, old infrastructure, poor signage. The county ordered a better chain and a new lock. The scaffolding stayed listing against the tower another year before a storm took it down, and the lake smoothed the story into something that didn't catch on swimmers' feet anymore. We did not leave. Not then. That took time. We did what kids do, graduated, practiced cruelty and mercy in the wrong order, learned to drive. Lena got out first for college. Benji went west to fail spectacularly at 3 different kinds of art before succeeding at the only one that ever mattered to him, which was reinventing himself. Cole married someone who believed him. Jax vanished to the city like a stone tossed into traffic. I stayed and wrote other people's names on forms and learned a lot about how towns forgive. 17 years later, I got a text from Lena at 2:12 a.m. It was just a link. I clicked. Local man found dead near Ashburn Reservoir. There was a photo. The police had blurred the bad part, which was generous and useless. The wrists were bare. The neck wore a new and ugly scarf of purple. The eyes were open. On the chest, carefully placed, a brass drawer pull I recognized, cleaned within an inch of its life. The name was Jax. They spelled it Jackson, like we were all strangers. By noon, everyone knew. By 2, someone made a joke in the comments on the paper's site about overdue library books. By 5, Cole had called me, and then Lena, and then Benji, and the old group text, silent since a hurricane 4 summers ago that had not bothered to do more than scuff our mailboxes, lit up like a siren on a road with no shoulder. "We need to talk," Lena wrote. "Where?" Benji. "Not the lake," Cole. "Town hall," I typed, and hated myself and loved myself for it. "After dark." No one said the word pact. No one said Tyler Gage. No one typed bell. We didn't need to. In my head, the lake was a mouth again, patient, and the bell tower. A tooth I could not stop worrying with my tongue. When I closed my eyes that night, the old bell rang. Not loud, not operatic. It made the honest, ugly sound of a thing used wrong. And for the first time since that summer, I couldn't tell if the wrong thing was the bell or us. Chapter 2. Equal Offenders. Town Hall after dark is an aquarium. Everything on display, no fish. I let us in with my badge because the clerk of records is an honorary custodian when the janitor quits, and the county never remembers to collect keys from people whose jobs have 3 hyphens in the title. The foyer smelled like floor wax and resignation. On the second floor, we took the conference room with the bad ficus and the good view of the reservoir, where the moon made the water look obedient. Lena arrived first, in black, the way city lawyers dress when they come home and don't want to be interpreted. She had a split on her knuckle and a new habit of taking off her rings when she talked. Cole came in with the air-conditioned chill of someone who still parks too close to the blue line when there are lines. Benji brought rain with him somehow, though it wasn't raining. His hair wet, the cuffs of his jacket damp like he'd been leaning on a bar that had seen things. No one hugged. We stood, and then gave up and sat, like adults choosing the least performative way to be children. "You saw it," Lena said, without preamble. We nodded because the word it had learned to do its job. They left it on him. Cole said, eyes too bright. "The handle. The pull." "Drawer pull," I said, because specificity is control. "The one from the tower." Jax kept it. Lena stared at the table's laminate, the kind of frown that makes paper confess.
"They cleaned it," she said.
"It looked new in the photo." "Police report?" Benji asked. Unofficially. Lena's city voice sharpened, a knife she had brought because people keep trying to cut meat with spoons.
"No defensive wounds."
"Petechial hemorrhages, ligature marks, asphyxia. Dumped at the Overlook, post-mortem." That's what they're hinting without saying it. Dumped by who? Cole rubbed the back of his neck like an apology. How do you dump a person there and not get caught on camera? They put those stupid poles up with cameras after the high school kids started doing donuts. I had already checked the camera log when I got the text. I shouldn't have.
"I did."
"One car between midnight and 2, I said. Jax's. It leaves at 12:21. Comes back at 1:47. He's found at 2 o'clock. There's no other plate. He didn't kill himself," Lena said, reflexive and vicious.
"He didn't."
"No water in the lungs," I said, because I'd read the deputy's notes over his shoulder while pretending to staple. "And the knot." I stopped. "What?" Benji said, too soft. "The knot looked practiced," I said, hating myself for knowing. "Not fancy, just done by someone whose hands do knots." "Boaters," Cole said.
"Cops."
"Scouts. Me, I guess." "Me," Lena said, and didn't offer the story. Benji leaned back and stared up at the bright squares of the drop ceiling like he was trying to see the old plaster underneath. "Okay," he said. "We all think it. Say it." "No," I said. "Equal offenders," he said, and the words hit the table like a coin. We said it. He said it. Someone else says it now. It took a second for me to place the ache of familiarity. Jax on the bell beam, sweat in his eyebrows, the small solemnity of adolescence making a stupid sentence into scripture. It's illegal to be cooler than us. We're equal offenders. Who would remember that? Cole said, baffled and afraid in equal measure. Us, Lena said, or someone who was there. A silence fell that had to be killed, or it would start breeding. Tyler Gage's sister works in this building now, I said. Records.
2 doors down from me.
She got the job last year when the county consolidated. She brings egg salad that smells like love and death. Cole scrubbed his face with both hands. Don't, he said. Don't do the thing where everyone's a suspect. It's us. We did the thing. We made the pact. Now he's dead. We deserve whatever this is. We don't deserve Jax, Lena said. We deserve all of our own worst thoughts, but not Jax. Benji's phone buzzed. He looked down. His face didn't change. The muscles under it did. What? I said. He turned the screen and set it on the table like a teacher revealing a test. Unknown number. 1 message. An audio file named bell.wave. Don't, I said, but he had already tapped it. The conference room speaker whispered. The room leaned. The sound wasn't loud. It was a low, slow, ugly ring, the honest tone of metal made to speak by someone who didn't love it. Under it, the wet slap of water against stone. And then, faint and impossible, the click of a radio trying to be important. No one breathed. The file ended. Who sent it? Lena's voice wasn't a voice. It was the duct behind a voice. Benji tapped the number. It rang once, twice, 3 times, and then it picked up. The room filled with air that belonged to somewhere else. A voice spoke. A woman's or a man's. It was a voice that liked how words worked. Equal offenders, it said, pleasant as a customer service rep. Hey, hey. Cole slapped the phone off the table. It skittered and hit the ficus. None of us moved to pick it up. The caretaker said that, he whispered. On the stairs.
Hey.
Hey. Is this a joke? Jesus, Benji. Benji had gone away, just behind his eyes, to wherever he keeps the part of himself that remembers he is not invincible. He came back with effort. I didn't stage this, he said. I don't have a Foley studio in my trunk. Someone wants us to go back, Lena said. I'm not going to the lake, Cole said immediately. I'm not. I don't care if someone. We're not going to the lake, I said. We're going to the tower. That is the lake, Cole said, strangled. Tomorrow morning, Lena said, cutting across.
Daylight.
We meet at the access road. If we find nothing, we go to the police with everything. Everything. Benji lifted an eyebrow. Our teenage felony. The piece of brass. Not the brass, Lena said. The truth. Enough to start a file called Not an Accident. Enough to make someone write Ty. She stopped, bit the name off like a blood thread. To make someone write a report that matters. Cole made a low sound that might have been a yes or might have been a swallow. He stood. Bathroom. He didn't come back. After 5 minutes, Lena went to look. After 10, she didn't come back either. I headed into the hallway, where the fluorescent lights hummed with the low self-esteem of public institutions. Men's room, empty. Women's, empty. The emergency exit at the end of the corridor stood propped with a phone book. My phone book. The one that shouldn't exist anymore and lives on the copier because we have a copier that thinks the year is 1998. Cold air moved along the floor in a thin river.
Cole.
I said, Lena? From the stairwell. Footsteps, not hurrying, and somehow worse for it. Don't be pretty, I told my fear. Be useful. On the landing, Cole stood facing the glass that looked over the parking lot. He had one palm flat against it like a boy in a bus window. Lena stood 2 steps down, frozen, eyes on his hand. Outside, the lot's sodium lamps made the asphalt the color of cheese. There, Cole said, and his voice was thin enough to see light through. He pointed. Across the lot, my Civic sat where I'd left it. On its hood, centered like a communion wafer, lay a brass drawer pull that glinted under the lamp.
Clean. Oiled.
Waiting. We watched it. It did not move because objects, when watched, behave. Don't, Lena said, when I took a step. You're not picking that up. They know where we are, Cole said. They were in here. How? Behind us, down the stairwell, a door closed very gently. We turned as if we'd rehearsed it. Nothing. Just the stale stairwell air, the framed photograph of the ribbon cutting for the new wastewater plant, 2 dead flies by the emergency light like quotation marks someone misplaced. I went down 2 flights and pushed the crash bar. The alley behind town hall smelled like wet archival dust and cigarettes. No one. No fortfalls. No useful trash. By the time I got back to the landing, Lena had turned her body into a piece of law, between Cole and the window, between the handle and me.
We leave it, she said.
We leave it and we go. Go where? Cole said. To your place, she said to me.
Or mine.
Not alone. My father, I said. He's. Bring him, Lena said. He'll love the sleepover. We moved as a unit, 3 bodies learning to be a shape again. In the lot, the handle looked smug. I unlocked the Civic with hands that belonged to a person who deserved more sedatives than were legal. Before I could open the door, the car's cabin light flared. Someone had switched it to on. The interior was tidy the way cars are when you have no life and 1,000 sticky notes. Pens in the cup holder, the little plastic saint my mother insists protects my road rage, a reusable grocery bag with nothing in it. And a note on the passenger seat. Town Hall stationery. My stationery. blurry from the humidity of a place that pretends it isn't humid when the county budget says dehumidifiers cost too much. It said, in neat block letters, "Mira, bring the keys." The ring of office keys on my hip felt heavier, suddenly.
Boiler. Shop. Stol.
100 doors in this building, and one door at the lake that had been given a lock after the summer we earned a word we couldn't say. "I don't want to," I said, to no one and to Lena and to the part of myself that had been writing neat minutes for other people's bad decisions since I was 12. "You don't have to," Lena said. "I'm going," Benji said, behind us. We hadn't heard him arrive. He was good at that, appearing at acts. He looked pale in the sodium. I'm tired of being brave at the wrong time. Cole leaned against the car, eyes on the handle like he could shame it into history.
"We go at dawn," he said.
"We pull phones. We stay in the open. We don't." "Split up," all three of us said at once, and there it was, the old shape under the new weight. The we. It made me want to cry in a way I could live with. We drove in tandem to my father's. I tucked him into trousers and indignation and brought him with us, because there's an age at which men believe danger is a thing they can describe into obedience. He slept in my armchair like a king dreaming of taxes. Lena took the sofa. Benji sprawled on the rug. Cole texted too many question marks and then sent a photo of his front door with the chain on, as if doors had ever saved anyone. At 4, I woke to the sound of water hitting stone. I sat up in the dark and knew in the bright and unyielding way nightmares teach you. I wasn't asleep. The sound came from the kitchen. Not water, metal. A dull, ugly strike on a small bell. Once.
Twice.
3 times. I found the source by feel. The little saint in my cup holder, St. Christopher, patron of travelers and people who don't change lanes nicely, had a tiny bell inside, the kind you shake to call a waitress in a fiction. No one had touched it in years. It sat now on the kitchen counter, as if someone had set it down very carefully thereafter, making sure it could be heard. On the scrap of town hall stationery underneath, a new message in the same neat block letters as before. Morning. Access Road. Come clean. By sunrise, we had thermoses and 4 phones on full charge and a length of nylon rope, because men always bring rope when they want to feel prepared. My father insisted on coming until Lena told him he could guard the door better from the sofa. He obeyed her against his will and fell asleep immediately, because older bodies don't keep vigil. They rehearse the keeping. The access road to the reservoir was still barred by the same drop arm it had worn when we were kids, now with an insulted layer of new reflective tape. A sign warned of fines and drowning. Another explained the camera worked even when you couldn't see it working. We parked at the turnout and took the ranger path through brush, burrs catching our socks the way old sins try to. The lake lay flat under a sky that had not yet decided whether to exist. The bell tower shoulders heaved gray out of the water 100 yards from the receded shore.
No scaffolding.
No chain across the arch. Just the door yawning black as an accusation, and the waterline 3 feet below stone. The drought taking liberties again. Lena touched my elbow. 2 taps, our old code for look without looking. On the mud flat between us and the tower. 4 sets of footprints, fresh, ours. And 1 other set, singular and neat, walking out from the door toward us, then stopping halfway and vanishing, not because the mud swallowed them, but because the person who made them had learned to step where the mud would not tell on them. Equal offenders. Come clean. Cole made a sound like a man choosing not to be sick. Benji crouched and put his fingers into one of the prints and came away with a perfect oval of water.
Soles, he said.
Boat shoes.
Or deck. Or...
Careful, Lena said. We reached the arch inside. The air was the temperature of a short lie, cool and thin. The stairs waited. The beam in the belfry stood like a shoulder set wrong. A rope dangled, new, nylon, threaded through a rusted pulley as if the past had been rehung with better hardware. At the foot of the stairs, someone had placed 4 objects in a row on the whetstone, each on a square of clean white shop towel. For Lena, a tie-off from a dock cleat, knotted properly and labeled with Dymo tape, like a lesson. For Cole, a coil of HVAC zip ties, bright as candy. For Benji, a disposable camera, the kind you buy at a sundry store when you pretend to be nostalgic for bad pictures. For me, a brass key tag from Town Hall with the word store printed crookedly in white letters. Equal offenders, a voice said above us. It wasn't a shout. It came down the tower the way cool air does, impartial.
Hey.
Hey. Lena lifted her eyes to the belfry where the bell hulks. Benji's hand found mine, which is a thing I would have laughed at in high school and did not laugh at now. Come clean, the voice said, conversational, almost amused. Or I'll do it for you. And then a foot slipped, above, a small scuff that made the tower's old throat tighten, and someone, moved in the dark where stone remembers its own crimes. Chapter 3, Come Clean. The voice from the belfry took up space without raising itself. Up, it said, like a swim coach who never gets wet. One at a time. Bring what's yours. No one moved. Or, the voice added, still pleasant, we can do equal turns. I don't mind. Lena picked up the dock tie-off and slid it into her pocket like a court exhibit.
Me first, she said.
No, I said. Yes, she said. If someone's going to talk, it's going to be the person who gets paid to. She started up, feet careful on the slick places. Benji followed 3 steps behind because he has never once, in any of his lives, let a stage go unshared. Cole stood, not moving, hands fisted around the fluorescent choke of zip ties, every muscle in him arguing with every other. I picked up the brass tag, stamp store. It burned cool in my palm. Absurd to feel anything like reverence for office hardware. But the tag was for my ring. It shouldn't have been off my ring. I checked my keys. The split ring was closed. The tag had been taken without taking the keys. Benji reached the landing and looked up into the dark and said, in the voice he uses to make strangers choose him, "We're here." Honest, the belfry replied. Something shifted above. Weight reset on old wood. The bell didn't move. The rope sighed in its pulley. Lena reached the last turn and stopped. You, she said. You come out, or I'll pull you out by your shoelaces. A low, amused sound. Lena, your father taught you half your knots, and the other half you learned the night you stole a boat with Jax. You anchored it wrong. It drifted. You've been correcting to that ever since. She didn't look back at us. She did put one hand on the rail to steady herself and found splinters. You have 5 seconds, she said. 4. He stepped out from the shadow then, him or her. My mind insisted on he because of the way his body took the platform, but I knew better than to trust pronouns where terror works. He wore a black rain shell despite the drought, hood up, face blurred by the edge of my flashlight. A current of ordinary ran through him. Cheap deck shoes, one lace frayed, a bit of lake silt where no one with manners would track it. He kept one hand on the bells while like a man resting at a stranger's kitchen chair. We're not doing names, he said. Equal offenders. You get to be types for a while. Get to? Benji said. He sounded like he wanted to laugh and wasn't sure who he'd be if he did. The hooded head tilted. Mira, he said, without looking at me. The keys. Toss me store. I held the tag tighter.
No.
Come clean, he said, gentle, or I'll keep ringing. He lifted the wheel 1 inch. The bell gave a breath, the first syllable of a word that should never be finished. Lena flinched. Only Lena. Benji watched the man's wrist, calculating distance. I watched the rope, new nylon, threaded through rust, imagining friction like heat. I threw the tag. He caught it one-handed and slid it into a pocket like an usher with a ticket he already knew the seat for. Good, he said. It saves time. What time? Lena asked. 17 years, he said. The same hour, if you like. He tapped the bell with 2 fingers, a private superstition. You left him in here. You'll leave yourselves. Or you'll talk. Tyler Gage, I said. Saying the name felt like stripping a bandage inside my mouth. We didn't push him. He fell. Equal offenders, he agreed, pleasant. You found a way to say we didn't, and we did that fit in your mouths at the same time. Clever. Cole, bring me the zip ties. Cole didn't move. Cole. The voice sang a little, a schoolyard cruelty to it now. You've been rehearsing this shape of not moving since high school. Bring them. Cole took one step and handed them to me. His eyes had emptied of anything I could put words on. You do it, he said to me. If you're going to deliver us, you do it. I looked at Lena. She shrugged once. The legal advice for this is happening whether you participate or are dragged. I climbed, counting breaths like stairs. At the top, he was a silhouette against gloom, a man-shaped absence. Up close, ordinary, a chin that had been nicked shaving, a scar beneath the hood at the temple. Not Jax's swagger, not Benji's theater, not Cole's trying too hard, just a human outline where vengeance had chosen to sit. People always imagine I'll pour grief on them, he said softly to me as I came level. I could smell old rope and wet stone and much fainter, egg salad. Grief is lazy. It wants you to do the work. Who are you?
I asked. Tyler, he said.
He watched my eyes falter. Or you can keep me as consequence. It's good for the narrative. You're not him, I said, steady. You're his brother, or his lover, or his friend, or nothing to him but a man who learned his name by reading the paper. Brother's fine, he said. It's not true, but it helps you keep your feet. He took the ties and tucked them into his jacket. Here's how we clean. You each tell your piece. You each place your item where it belongs. We ring for the one who doesn't. No one's ringing, Lena said. Her voice was not a threat. It was Tone, Law's older sister. Lena, start, he said. She took a step onto the platform and faced us instead of him. That small act, refusing to play to the villain, tilted the air. We went to the tower. We wanted to ring the bell because every kid who grew up in this rotten place thinks ringing the old thing makes a dent in the sky. Jax lifted. Benji lifted. The caretaker came up and he said, hey the way men who don't know what to do say it. He slipped. He fell. We left. Not clean, the man said. Lena's jaw jumped. I left because Jax told me to. Because he looked like a hero in his own head when he gave orders. Because I wanted him to think I was brave. The man nodded, a teacher giving partial credit. Put your knot down, he said. She set the tie off on the beam and, without looking at him, tied a bowline around the wheel's handle. Quick, without flourish. When she pulled it tight, the bell gave a resentful burp as if her competence offended it. Benji, the man said. The camera. Benji clicked the safety off the disposable. The snap made me think of teeth. He could make even this look like a bit. He didn't. He lifted the cheap plastic and aimed it not at the man but at us. I thought it was a story, he said. That's my confession. I think everything is a story until it isn't. I wanted to ring the bell so it would echo in me later when I was famous at something else. I didn't go for help because my future had better lighting than Tyler's present. The flash popped. The darkness swallowed it. He set the camera on the beam and, because he's incapable of letting anything sit naked, he laid the white shop towel over it like a shroud. For the archive, he said, tired. Cole, the man said. The ties. Cole didn't move. He had stopped blinking. The zip tie coil hung from my hand, plastic bright and stupid. Cole, I said softly. Whatever you say is better than not saying anything. He made a noise I had never heard a human make and then managed. I left because I don't know how to call a thing what it is if someone else is saying something first. The man nodded again, that maddening teacher's nod. Bring the ties, he said. Here. When Cole stepped onto the platform, I felt the tower lean in. He held his palm out. The man counted 5 ties into it, his other hand resting on the wheel like patience. Tie your wrists, the man said pleasantly. Clean. No, I said. Cole's eyes flicked to me, apologetic and far away. It's okay, he said, and the moment he said it, I hated him a little for how much of my childhood was in those 2 words. He looped one tie around his left wrist and the beam and cinched it. The ratchet sound ratcheted through my bones. He did the right. He looked at the man. Now what? He asked, shaking. Now you wait, the man said, and his voice warmed with something like kindness. Mira, he said, turning to me. Your turn. The keys. I wanted to tell a better story than the one my mouth knew. It didn't let me. I left because I thought about my mother's job, I said. Because I thought about minutes prepared by, and how my name goes on paper under other people's shame. I thought if I inked this clean, we would be safe. I've been inking ever since. Bullet points. Passive voice. It was determined by the board. It's a spell I cast, and I hate it. I put my hand on the wheel, because everyone else had touched it. The metal smelled like pennies and something older. We can talk to the police, I said to the man. We can now. We can name Tyler in a way that leaves the paper with less sin on it. You think the paper cares, he said, amused. The paper is a mouth. Then this is about you, I said. About what you need from us. He tilted his head again, acknowledging grace given where it wasn't due. I need you to make the water honest, he said. The bell wants to be used right. It wants to say this is a town, and these are the hours. You turned it into an alibi. Lena's voice. What will make you stop? He rubbed the store tag between finger and thumb, thoughtful. I wanted to ring it for each of you, he said. I wanted to knock at your doors with your own tricks. But I don't think I need to. I think one more ring, and you will do the rest for me. He lifted the wheel. The bell's first syllable hit the inside of my skull like a migraine. Coal jerked against the ties, and the beam held. Water slapped stone below. My stomach folded in on itself. Stop, Lena said, and reached for the bowline she'd tied. The man's hand closed over her wrist. There was no struggle. He looked at her hand, at the old white scar along the thumb from the first summer she learned a cleat hitch, and let her go. The bell swelled to the second syllable. The tower vibrated like a throat. Benji stepped in, shoulder to the wheel, pushing it back. For a second the man let him. For a second I saw an ending where this stopped, where we left, where we chose call and consequence and remand and arraignment. Then the man leaned his weight. Not much, just enough. And the bell said its ugly, full word. It wasn't loud. It never is. It was exact. From below, in the nave, a splash. A soft scuffle. A voice. No. An echo of a voice.
Hey.
Hey. Cole made the sound again. I didn't, he said, as if someone had accused him. I didn't. The man put a hand on his shoulder, gentle, and snipped the ties with a small pair of flush cutters he produced like a magician palming a coin. The pieces fell to the floor like white worms. Equal turns, he said. That's enough for today. Today, Lena repeated, and it was the first time I'd heard her afraid in a way that made me want to touch her face to make sure it was still hers. We're going to the police, I said. He smiled under the hood. He had a good mouth. Bring them, he said. Bring the sister. Bring the board. Bring the paper. You'll still have to come back to this room and tell it the thing it wants to hear. What thing? Benji snapped, shaking now that the push was over. That you're sorry? The man said, actually curious.
No.
Sorry is easy. That you were thrilled. That you loved the sound it made. That the ring lived inside you for years like a swallowed coin. He stepped back into shadow, and the hood made a door of his face. Tomorrow morning, he said. If you don't come clean by then, one of you will go first on my schedule. You already took one, Cole said. How many? The man's voice softened. Jack's isn't mine, he said. He was someone else's work. I would have left him alive if I could. He was the part of you that believed the loudest. He moved then, quiet and sure, disappearing around the bend the way people who know stairs do. We followed the sound without agreeing to. By the time we hit the nave there was no one in it, but our old shapes moving too quickly. Outside, the lake lay polite under a sun that had decided to exist. Our footprints looked like a page of music written for feet that didn't want to play. Halfway to the cars, Cole stopped, pulled the coil of ties from his pocket as if they burned, and flung them toward the water. They landed short in the mud, a bright plastic loop lying on its side like an O that hadn't learned any other letters. Lena's phone buzzed. She looked and turned it so we could all see. A photo from an unknown number. The four of us in the belfry, flash burned by the disposable, faces blown, and terrible with concentration. The angle was wrong for a stranger. It was right for us.
Archife, Benji whispered.
He'll feed it to the town one piece at a time. We go straight to the station, Lena said. We give statements. We put Tyler in the center. We ask for detail on my calls. We. Cole. I said because he wasn't beside us anymore. He stood 20 feet ahead, ankle deep in mud without seeming to notice it, staring not at the tower but at the line of trees beyond the access road. His hands hung open. Cole, I said again. He turned partway, like a man hearing two names. There was a strip of white around his wrist where the tie had been. No mark, just skin remembering pressure. I can't, he said softly. I can't do tomorrow. I can do now or never. He started walking, not toward the cars, not toward the tower, along the shoreline, where the mud goes treacherous and the old town's bones feel for your feet like teeth. We shouted. He didn't speed up or slow down. 10 yards on, he stepped into a patch that looked like ground and sank to the shin. He laughed, one ugly, helpless sound, and tried to back out. The mud took his other foot as collateral. Stop moving, Lena yelled, already running. Spread out, Benji rope. Of course we had rope. Benji flung it while running, a ridiculous cowboy throw that somehow landed. Cole grabbed, and the rope burned his palms into honesty. Don't pull. I heard myself say, absurd, the twins in Greybriar suddenly alive under my tongue.
Lean. Lean. We leaned.
He came an inch, then two. The mud complained like a clogged drain. He lost a shoe. The lake belched it up and ate it again like a cat pretending politeness. Benji planted his heels and cursed in a language he'd memorized for a role he never booked. Lena slid to her knees and got both hands under Cole's armpits like a lifeguard. I saw the white around his wrist brighten as his blood remembered where to go. Something moved in the waterline beside us. Not a person. A length of nylon, new, snaked up out of the mud as if it had waited. For a second my mind stamped eel on it, then corrected rope. The end flicked. Around Cole's calf, high below the knee.
Tightened.
Cut it, Lena said through her teeth. Mira, knife. I had no knife. The only blade I owned faithfully was the letter opener on my desk at town hall that looks like a fish and has never opened a letter that mattered. Benji clawed at the knot. Cole screamed then, not a movie scream, the sort of noise men make when something under them decides to change shape and won't change back. It tightened and yanked. Not hard.
Exact.
The way a knot tied by a person who knows where muscles attach will pull. Cole went down to the thigh in one clean syllable. Mud burped. Water climbed into his pockets and wrote its name on everything he owned. No, I said to the lake, like an idiot.
No.
Lena got both hands around the rope, and the rope bit her. Benji wrapped his wrists and leaned, and made that beautiful useless sound people make when they believe in force more than friction. The rope slipped. The knot took. Cole slid another inch, then another. The mud climbed his belt. His eyes were too wide.
He stopped struggling then.
He did the one good thing he had left and stilled. Mira, he said to me, and I don't know why my name. Say it. What? I said, almost angry. That I wasn't brave, he said. His voice was very gentle. I want the world to know which one I was. You were here, I said, because it was what I could stand to say. You were here. He smiled, teeth muddy, and for a second he looked exactly like the boy who once declared himself invincible because he had never learned a lesson the loud way. Then the lake took his hips in one slurp and the rope went slack, and my hands were full of nothing. We clawed mud until our fingers bled. We got the rope free. We pulled nothing up. The patch that had looked like ground boiled once and went placid, false as faith on a bumper sticker. We sat in the suck and breathed. Benji put his head between his knees and made an inventory of the words he knew for God and used none. Lena stared at her hands, at the bright new cuts, and did not let them shake because she had promised herself that when it counted she wouldn't. Behind us, at the tower, the bell didn't ring. That was somehow worse. At the station they fed us coffee that had overheard crime. We gave statements the way people recount a bad play, apologizing to the ears in the room for the words we had to use. The deputy's pen clicked and clicked and clicked until Lena took it from him and said, very softly, stop. They sent a boat. They sent two. They prodded the mud where it remembered taking. They dragged. They brought up a shoe that wasn't Cole's and a stop sign from the drowned town, and a picnic bench with someone's declaration of love carved into it that meant nothing to anyone now. They did not bring up a man. At dusk, the unknown number texted the three of us at once, me, Lena, Benji. Not a photo, not a sound, a single word.
Tomorrow.
Chapter 4. The Paper Mouth. Morning came without permission. The town pretended to go about itself. Trash trucks rehearsed their metal ballet. Mrs. Kinlawn walked her decrepit terrier and scolded the crows like they were union busting. A school bus hissed at a stoplight and crawled on, yellow and innocent. The reservoir was a rumor under a clean sky. I hadn't slept. My father found me at the table with a cold mug and the little plastic saint in my hand, like I meant to strangle it. "You look like your mother when she decided to out-stubborn a thunderstorm," he said, which is his way of saying eat something and don't do anything stupid at the same time. "We should leave town," I said, because sometimes the wrong idea needs to be said out loud so it can lose its shine. "Where will you go that doesn't have water and boys?" he said gently. "Drink that or throw it out." Coffee resents indecision. At 9, the paper's website posted the update. Search continues for missing local man near reservoir. A photo from 10 years ago of Cole laughing at a barbecue with a beer in his hand, as if joy were flattering lighting. In the third paragraph, authorities found no signs of foul play. Lena called the editor living, then called him again when he didn't pick up to leave a message in which she pronounced the word foul so precisely it sounded like a new statute. Benji showed up at my door with 2 coffees and hands that couldn't find their pockets. "He said tomorrow," he said. "It's now. We go. Or we choose not to be choreographed," I said. "Equal offenders," Benji said. "You hear the word and you dance. That's the trick." He thinks we'll be led by guilt. Let's be led by offense. Offense that does what? Lena said from the sidewalk. She'd heard the last bit, and the heels of her boots had already translated it into a plan. She looked wrung out and immaculate, the way expensive blouses do after a funeral. "We don't have a name. We have a bell and a voice. We have a town that would prefer the word tragedy to the word pattern." "We have Tyler's sister," I said. They both stared, twin nose rising. "Not to accuse," I said. "To ask what her brother kept. To find out if anyone else has been talking to her. To tell her we were there. If we treat her like a witness instead of a shrine, we might learn something." Lena's mouth flattened. "You're going to confess to the sister of the man we left in that tower." "Yes," I said, and didn't feel brave. Only correct, which is a different animal and not as pretty. At records, Tyler's sister, Kathy, ate a hard-boiled egg over a spreadsheet like a person who loves protein and hates mess. She had his jaw without his patience. I stood in the doorway like a thief who had forgotten what pockets were for. "Kathy," I said. She looked up. It took her 2 seconds to locate my face in her internal file system. "Mira," she said. "Do you need the plat maps?" "I need to give you something," I said. "And ask for something in return." She wiped her fingers, folded the napkin perfectly, placed it on the exact corner of the desk where such things go when you have made peace with grief by making it tidy. "Okay," she said. I told her. Not the pretty version. Not the minutes. I said we broke in, and we wanted the sound, and he fell, and we left, and we swore. I said I am sorry, and let the words be small and accurate, and not a bid for absolution. Behind me, I could feel Lena holding herself so still she might as well have been standing trial. Benji gazed at the bulletin board like it was a painting, and he was deciding whether to like it. Kathy listened the way people listen to instructions for medicine that might kill them or save them depending on the order of operations. She didn't ask me to repeat anything. At the end, she reached into the bottom drawer and took out a shoebox that had contained sensible flats. She set it on the desk and took off the lid. Inside, neatly rubber-banded stacks of things the county would call private and the lake would call property. Tyler's notebooks, a bag of keys with tags written in his bad slant, a broken radio with a note taped to it in a careful hand. Says, "Hey, hey," when it wants.
"He kept journals," she said.
My mother didn't want to read them. I do, and I don't. So I alphabetized them and haven't opened one. She pushed the box toward me. You can look. Kathy, I started. You brought me something, she said. Now I bring you something. My brother didn't haunt. He repaired. If he's busy now, it's because something's broken we're too proud to name. She looked at Lena then, took in the way her hands had been cut, the new dressings on her palms. They're going to tell me your friend fell in the mud, and my brother drowned, and the rest is weather, she said. You can either make them write more interesting words, or you can go watch that tower until it does the rest for you. What words? Benji asked soft. Pattern, she said. Intent. Complaint. She closed the box again, more gently than she'd opened it. Also, this was on my windshield this morning under the wiper. She handed me a printout. A photo of the belfry, taken from inside the bell mouth, like a throat. The caption in neat block letters, Equal offenders, roll call. Underneath, for names, Mira, Lena, Benji, and then space. A fourth line, empty. Cole, Lena said. It sounded like swallowing glass. I called the station, Kathy said. I told them if anyone left a photocopy on my car, they should know. They typed while I talked. That's their skill. She touched the lid of the box with one finger and looked at me. Bring the bell a better story, she said. Or it will keep ringing the one it has. Back at my office, we spread Tyler's notebooks across the table. The spines had been labeled with a system Tyler would have explained to himself and to no one. BB 1 through BB 6.
Tawa. Well.
Rezo PS with dates. The handwriting was earnest. A man teaching the future to read his present. BB 1 began with inventory, boards, pulleys, rust, a sketched cross-section of the tower with measurements I could feel in my knees. Then kids have been in here. Then, bell rang 2:17 a.m. No wind. No one visible. Echo wrong. Tyler had written wrong 3 times in pale pencil and underlined it, then erased 2 underlines as if scolding himself for emphasis. BB 3 had a list of times. 2:12, 3:03. For 14, beside them. Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Then, I don't like the way this place says my name when it's empty. He'd crossed it out, then uncrossed it, then added, not haunted, badly maintained. The last notebook, BB 6, stopped mid-sentence. Tried oiling the yoke. Can't reach, without scaffolding. County says, next budget. The kids are going to climb again when it drops. Need better chain. Maybe. It ended there. Not ominously. Just a man planning to continue at a later hour, and then fate rearranged his calendar. The broken radio on the table smelled faintly of lake. Benji fiddled with it. It popped, hissed, and said, in Tyler's voice or the voice of any bored public employee, hey.
Hey.
Then it died.
What do we do with this? Lena asked.
She had stayed standing because sitting makes some truths too close. We have a man who likes staging, a bell that likes being misused, a town that likes short paragraphs, and our friend is mud. 2 friends, Benji said, barely audible. I flipped the shoebox lid over and stared at the cardboard inside like it could be convinced to offer a map. On the underside, in ballpoint, someone, Tyler or Kathy, had written a phone number and a name I hadn't seen in years. J. Lawson, Scaffold Company. Beneath it, canceled. Unpaid. Check with board. The county ordered scaffolding, I said. Then didn't pay. The year after we climbed. Budget hearing minutes, Lena said, already moving toward the shelves where I keep the old binders like a church keeps hymnals. Mira. She didn't need to say it again. I went to the bindings labeled reservoir/maintenance and pulled 2008 to 2010. The paper had gone sugar yellow at the edges. In April 2010, vote to postpone bell tower stabilization pending funds from state grant. In May, grant denied. In June, public comment, concerns youth trespass, caretaker asks for chain. In July, voted 4-1 to install chain. Member notes chain symbolic. No follow-up. The minutes were a spell I had taught myself to write and despise. Passive, bloodless, careful. It was determined. It was decided. No subject. The page was a mouth that didn't like to name its teeth. The scaffold company never got paid, Benji said. They probably put it up and took it down when you didn't cut the check. No, I said. They never put it up. The one we climbed was county. They were trying to cap the bell. Different contract. I dialed the number anyway. Disconnected. Of course. I Googled the name. Closed. Of course. Who was the one? No, Lena asked, eyes on voted 4-1. We scanned down.
Nay.
Councilman P. Darrow. Darrow still runs a bait shop by the cross street, I said. He lives to be contrary. He'll know why he said no. Or he'll say old news, Benji said. And then we'll go to the tower because stubbornness is a fair second religion here. The text came as we were arguing the priesthoods of obstinacy. 3 phones at once. Unknown number. A photo taken from the access road. The bell tower like a tooth against morning. In the archway, at the shadow line where the lake's breath turns to stone. A neat pyramid of brass. Drawer pulls. 20 at least, polished, stacked as if someone had been counting wrongs and decided to make a cairn out of shame. Roll call, noon, the caption read. Or I ring the paper. The paper, Lena said, bleakly amused. He'll feed them a story we won't enjoy reading. Then we bring them one we can live with, I said, and picked up Tyler's box because sometimes you have to carry something heavy if you want the day to know you mean to do work. We split. Lena to Darrow, me and Benji to the tower with Kathy's notebooks because I wanted the room to hear its own name spoken back at it by someone who loved it without being infatuated. At the access road, the noon sun made every object its own witness. The pyramid of poles glittered stupidly, like money on a table in a movie where the suitcase always contains a bomb. The footprints from yesterday had been washed flat by dew and denial.
The arch yawned.
I stepped inside. The air was the temperature of old apologies. I set BB, one on the lowest step, and said, out loud, to the stone, Tyler. It felt childish and correct. Benji took BB, 6, and tapped the bells while twice lightly, like a man greeting a dog he's still wary of. Equal offenders. Came the voice from above, right on time, cheerful as a mailman. Roll call. We brought the paper, I said, and lifted the notebooks so he could see their spines catch light. Yours. He came to the rail. Put up again. Hands on the wheel. Polite. You think that room cares what he wrote, he said gently. It eats minutes. It eats grant denials. It eats chain. Then maybe you care, I said. Maybe you brought us here because you want a story written down in the book that keeps this place from forgetting anything that makes it less convenient. He was quiet long enough that I thought, briefly, we'd named something too well, and it had died of fright. Then, where's Snow, he said. Where's the one who always votes Snow? On his way, Benji said, with a lawyer who bites. Good, the man said, because if the town that chose to leave this tower dangerous doesn't come say we did this, I'm just going to keep saying it until the lake prints it on more bodies. You didn't kill Jax, I said. You said so. He looked down at the pyramid of brass like a priest might look at the alms table when someone leaves a diamond by mistake. I didn't, he said. He tripped on a story he told himself and couldn't stand back up. He texted me before, not me, us. I baited your hook and he bit. You texted him the bell, Benji said. And the hay, the man said. I said roll call, and he took attendance with the lake at 2 a.m. I wanted to ask why, and how, and who are you when you're not a hood? What came out was, what's your end state? You get us to speak, and then what, do you go home and take off your costume and feel better? He rested his cheek against the wheel in a gesture so intimate it made me flinch. I go sit by my mother, he said, and watch the paper write the right word for once. And maybe the bell remembers it's supposed to mark hours, not debts. Boots crunched on gravel outside. Lena's voice carried, low, convinced. A man's followed. A dry rasp I remembered from 100 meetings where someone said point of order just to see who would flinch. Councilman Darrow came into the arch like a crow that had learned to pay taxes. He was smaller than I remembered and sharper. He looked at the brass pyramid and made a contemptuous sound.
What's all this? He said.
Decoration. Dead, Benji said. Darrow made a face. You're the artist, he said. You make debt look like art, and you'll own a house. What am I doing here, Counsel? He aimed it at Lena, but his eyes kept sneaking back to the tower ceiling like the worst thing lived there. You're going to put your name in the minutes, Lena said. We're done with passive voice. I vote no, he said automatically. You vote responsible, she said.
Say it.
In full sentences. He opened his mouth to be difficult. The bell above us flexed a little creak, like a back stretching. Darrow's jaw shut with a click like a bad latch finding its seat. He stared up through the dim. We never paid the scaffolders, he said, to the air, not to us. I said no because we had 3 bridges with holes and a school roof that dripped right onto the librarian's desk, and people were yelling about mold. I said let the tower keep. The caretaker said chain. We bought a chain for show and told him to keep kids out and called it a day. He looked at me. Mira, you wrote those minutes. You wrote pending funds. I did, I said. And I put your no in the footnote where no one reads. He deflated a little. I said no because I didn't think anyone would die, he said. I say no to things so we can afford other things, and then I go home and sleep like a cat and pretend the town keeps itself. Sometimes I am right by accident. He lifted his chin toward the belfry. You up there. You wanted this? You get it in my lousy voice. We did this. Not the lake. Not the weather.
Not time.
We did this with our votes and our minutes and our cheap chain. And I'll say it into a microphone at 7 tonight if you want a recording. Is that clean enough for your conscience? The man above us was very still. Then he laughed, once short surprised. That's a start, he said. The bell moved a fraction under his cheek. The wheel under his hands rotated half a tooth. He let it. Don't, Lena said. He didn't. He stepped back, and we saw the face the hood had been making important by hiding. Young. Older than us by 3 years. Younger than the bell by centuries. Eyes that had learned patience the hard way. No one we recognized. Which is to say, someone we'd passed 100 times. Tomorrow, he said, reflex still a habit in his mouth. No, I said, and the word felt like opening a window. Today, you come down. We go to the station. We file a complaint on a chain that was symbolic. We give Kathy your name, the one you use at the grocery store. We put you in the story in ink that behaves. He looked at me like I'd offered a trade he hadn't considered. And coal, he asked softer. What ink is there for mud? The kind that lists persons missing every time the paper gets lazy and prints no sign of foul play, Lena said. The kind that writes pattern and makes certain people's hands shake. The man weighed us as if we were produce. The bell loomed above him, a mouth that wanted and wanted. Equal offenders, he said at last. Come clean. We are, I said, at 7 in the meeting, with the board into the mic. You can stand at the back with your hood up and hate the sound of our voices. He slid a hand down the wheel like a man petting a dog he'd finally trained to sit. If you don't, he said, I ring this town until it admits what it is. That's fair, Benji said. He nodded once, judgment granted, deferred, and vanished into the shadow. Outside, Darrow looked like a man who had just realized the ground has been a lake this whole time. You'll have to help me write it, he said to me, baffled. The way men who have always written no ask for yes like a foreign alphabet. I already started, I said, and held up the B one. We'll let Tyler edit. No one noticed the brass pyramid until a piece slid from the top and hit the mud with a neat little clink. It wasn't wind, it was weight. When I looked down, I saw my distorted face in the top pull, oiled, ridiculous. And for a stupid second, I thought of taking it, of making it a relic. I didn't. I kicked it back into place with my sneaker and a quiet apology to whatever part of me still thinks tokens save lives. At 7, the boardroom filled. More bodies than any budget hearing, more eyes than any prom photo. Kathy sat in the front row with her mother's hat in her hands and a look that could stitch wounds closed or open them as needed. Darrow cleared his throat and said into the mic the sentence he'd promised. A bad sentence, sincere, Exactly the kind of ugly, true thing that changes the temperature in a room. Lena followed with law that sounded like mercy. Benji read from Tyler's notebook, where the word wrong had been underlined and half erased. I said my own name at the end of the minutes, and did not hide it in a footnote. When the bell rang at 7:12, the sound came in through the cracked window, soft, single, honest. Not an accusation.
An hour.
I didn't know whether our hooded friend rang it because he approved, or the wind moved the wheel out of habit, or Tyler's radio hiccuped in its grave one last time, and the tower decided to show off. But a woman in the second row, who had been waiting 17 years to cry, without being the only one, cried. And the paper, the next morning, printed the word intent in a paragraph where tragedy had wanted to live. And the text at dawn was just a photo of the lake, clean and stupid under a sky that had chosen to arrive.
No kapsчин.
No tomorrow, which in this town means for now. Chapter 5, The Minute Hand. For 20 hours the town behaved. That doesn't sound like a miracle until you've watched a place prefer legend to responsibility. The board posted the new minutes before midnight with names attached to sentences that didn't hedge. The paper ran intent like a dare in the morning edition, flanked by a photo of the bell tower with sun on its shoulder like someone had leaned a hand there. Kathy pinned Tyler's BB, one page in a plastic sleeve on the record's corkboard. Kids have been in here and no one took it down. We waited to live. At 10, the station called Lena for a clarification. At 11, the sonar boat found nothing but a rusted bike and a duck decoy, which is a sentence that has no business being tragic and managed. At noon, Councilman Darrow came by my office and asked me what I thought of the sentence we chose not to pay them when the bill came due. I told him to remove them. He nodded like I'd given him morphine and went away to get braver. At 2, the unknown number sent us a video. 30 seconds of sky over the reservoir, cloudless, blue like a lie, and then at the very end, the camera dropped to the bell mouth and you could see, very faintly, a set of initials scratched there with a penknife, old as guilt, TG. I sent the video to Kathy. She texted back. He was 17. He was an idiot with a knife and a feeling and got mad at himself after and tried to sand it off. Whoever's doing this has a key to town hall, Lena said, staring at the photo of the store tag I'd surrendered to the hood, and a knack for doorways. Whoever's doing this has been in the belfry at hours weird enough to meet Tyler's hey hey. Whoever's doing this went to the meeting, Benji said, or watched the stream. He likes theater you can't get refunds for. I said nothing out loud about the box of brass poles from the storage closet that had gone empty overnight, or how the log showed my badge opening store at 2:03 a.m. while I slept 30 feet away from my father's snore. Keys are a kind of mouth. Anyone polite and patient can make them say open. At 3, Lena left to bully the DA into lending us the tech who traces burner phones when important people's feelings get hurt.
You can't order him, I said.
I can make him bored enough with me that he does it to make me leave, she said and left. At 4, the bait shop bell jangled and Darrow looked up to find Benji leaning on the counter like a godsend. You tied the no, Benji said amiably. Who tied the yes? Darrow rubbed his face until it made a rasp like a match. There's a man rents a skiff some nights, he said.
Cash.
Deck shoes, church manners. Parked out by the turn last night at 11 in a sedan that makes me mad because it pretends not to be expensive. He asked about the bottom by the tower. I told him, sticky. He bought a coil of nylon like he knew what a knot was before he was born, and he smelled like egg salad. Benji texted the sedan plate to Lena's board tech. She sent back. Rental. Paid cash. Witness says the guy had a scar by his temple. Benji typed. I saw that. At 6, as I was closing records, Kathy appeared in my doorway with 2 things. A plastic tub of cut-up brownies she hadn't wanted to bake and had baked anyway, and a fat manila envelope she hadn't wanted to open and had opened anyway. My mother's hats, she said, tapping the envelope, are a filing system. I went through the blue one. Inside, snapshots, the small mat kind drugstore labs used to give away free with 2 rolls. Town picnics. The reservoir at a better level. pretending it lake. A bell tower that looked like it had the sense to keep to itself. In 3 of them, a young Tyler, mustache too confident, hairline beginning its life as a complaint, stood with a boy who could have been his brother but wasn't. Same jaw, different restlessness. Hoodless, scarred at the temple under a flop of patient hair. Hand on the bell's wheel in a way that looked like friendship.
Who?
I asked. I don't know his name, she said. He hung around the year Tyler took the night shift because someone had to. He brought bad coffee and better conversation. My mother called him the understudy. She put a finger on the margin where someone had written a neat R. She wrote this. She labels men who are always about to be. The point, Benji said, appearing with a wrung-out grin and a folded note from Lena. Trace ping at the marina. No face. Museum gift shop receipts for pyramid. Is that our man is not nobody. He's a somebody who practiced for this role. I can go to the marina, I said. No, Benji said. I'll go. Artists can look like customers easier. He kissed the air an inch from Kathy's temple in gratitude that felt not performative and left with the note in his pocket like a talisman that didn't know what to bless. At 7, the bell rang once. Honest. At the proper hour. The text that followed contained a single photo. The manila envelope on my kitchen table. Open. The blue hat bow peeking like a tongue. I stood in my doorway and looked at the actual table. Empty. I locked the door twice, and then a third time the way people do when they want to shame metal into being more. At 8, Lena called. He's bouncing the signal. Marina to tower to the old high school. He wants a map that looks like us working. She sounded almost satisfied to have a thing to chase that had corners. At 9, Benji didn't pick up when I called. At 9:30, he sent a photo to the group, his hand holding a strip of developed negatives, orange ghosts, the bell wheel and a shoulder in frame, the temple scar a dark river through emulsion. In the dark room at St. Amos. Film from the disposable we left. He left it here for me. I think he wants us to see him. Don't Lena typed. Do I typed at the exact same second. We watched the chat display both words. Don't and do. Like the lake asking, like the bell answering, like our lives. At 10, the church's side door at St. Amos, which had never once in its long scandal-free life been locked, was locked. Benji texted, LOL. Obligatory. Then, back door is open because of course it is. Then, darkroom smells like pennies and clove. Who uses clove in a darkroom? At 10:04, he sent a voice memo. Air. A soft click. The sound of a door easing into its frame without being told to. Then something that might have been the bell through a wall, or a metal tray set down too gently by someone who had learned to love the sound of almost. At 10:06, nothing. At 10:12, a photo slid under my apartment door. That sounds like a sentence out of a tinfoil story. It's true. The hallway light had a buzz like a mosquito. My father's snore sawed in the next room. The photo caught on the rug. I picked it up by the corner, like a person touching a stingray. It was glossy, for by 6, white border. Benji, the width of his shoulder, the slouch of his mouth ready to make a joke and then apologize, caught in the bell mouth like a saint in a niche, alive, eyes wide with the look performers get when they realize they are not the only ones in the scene. The composition was purely arrogant. The bell lip a halo, the rope through the frame like a staff, the shadow behind him someone else's. He had written on the back in green Sharpie, he's better at this than me. Help.
B.
I called. Voicemail. I called again. Text stacked like crockery in the chat. Where? Answer. Benji, if you don't, I will commit a misdemeanor. No answer. Lena arrived with her hair undone and her law on her face. She took the photo. She didn't swear. She wrote the words on the air with her breath, and that worked better. St. Amos, she said.
Now.
We woke Father Dorian with our pounding, or rather whatever St. Amos calls its priest. This town has only 2 modes for holy men, tired and out of town. He had sleep-combed hair and an apology ready. He didn't ask for a warrant. He took us through the sacristy to the darkroom where the church youth arts program had been trying to teach film to kids who think cameras are a way to check your own face all summer. The smell hit, Pennies, clove, a little vinegar like a salad dressing you're supposed to be too sophisticated to enjoy. The red bulb made it all conspirational. The enlarger stood like a ridiculous crown thing, patient. In the tray, prints bled their images into water that didn't want to hold them. On the wall, hanging from clips, strips of our faces ghosted across orange. The belfry, the wheel, Cole's hands tied, and then not. Lena mid-knot, my mouth open in the shape of a word that would be indecent to say in a church. Benji. I said low, because sound does different things in rooms meant to hold it. On the table, a cassette deck from the era of youth group bands clicked and turned itself on. A little hiss, then a voice, not the Hoods. A tenor Benji saved for monologues about men who ruin themselves elegantly. This is me, he said. This is me stopping mid-scene and breaking the fourth wall. Whoever you are, you're recording, and I am playing. We're alone, and also not. That's the point, isn't? The voice cut. The tape flipped itself as if a polite ghost had learned manners. The hiss returned. Silence like a decision. Behind the enlarger, a small bell rang once. The kind attached to doors people pretend not to hear when they don't want to tip. We moved as one. Around the table, past the sink, past the rectangles dripping their secrets. In the far corner, the back door stood ajar 2 fingers. Night breathed like a person with a cold. On the floor, as if set there by a careful hand, lay a length of nylon rope coiled like a question. Tucked under it, the disposable camera from yesterday, used up, wound tight. On the top, someone had scratched with a key, =offend/ers, slashed so the words didn't quite meet, as if the carver had balked at finishing and let the grammar do it. Lena picked up the rope. She didn't flinch. It's damp, she said. Lake. Father Dorian crossed himself because his body is older than his job. Is there, he asked, because he is also a man who cleans up other people's messes when meaning is exhausted. No body, Lena said, text already flying from her thumbs to men with guns and women with flashlights. Not yet. I picked up the camera, and, against every lesson anyone who ever loved a mystery taught me, I hit the back with the heel of my palm until the cartridge sprang, and the back popped open. The strip inside unrolled into my hand. Negative, orange, wet in a way it shouldn't have been. Someone had pulled it too soon from the chemicals to be dramatic. In the last frame, barely there, a blur of rope, a blur of face, a blur of bell curve. In the margin, written in green Sharpie just like the back of the print. Hey.
Hey.
Roll call, the hood had said. Equal turns. We ran the church and the gutter behind it until the light did that mean gray thing that makes even good decisions look cheap. No Benji. No man with a scar. No sound but the river's old complaint as it went where it's always gone long before we damned it and taught it to be polite. At dawn, the paper's website posted board admits fault in tower neglect. Maintenance scheduled. The comments fought about money and then about God, and then about whether the bell should be melted down to make a bench. At 9, Kathy texted. He sent me the same photo. You in the bell mouth. I put it in the blue hat. I am not your alibi. At noon, the unknown number texted just a street name. The one where the old high school stands with its pool drained half the year like a jaw without a tongue. Tomorrow, it added, like an apology that knows it isn't. Lena put her phone down like a hot plate and looked at me. It isn't the bell he wants anymore, she said. It's time. The minute hand, I said. And we have no idea, she said, without dramatics, how many minutes are left. Chapter 6, The Shallow End. The old high school sits on the edge of town like a bad idea we got nostalgic about. They keep the gym open for rec nights and rent the cafeteria for church bazaars, but the pool has been under renovation for 7 fiscal years, drained half the time, a tepid stew the other half, a rumor the rest. At dusk we parked by the loading bay. The smell hit first, chlorine ghost and old mop water. Lena had already put 2 calls into the station, one to the janitor's nephew who runs the front desk on Tuesdays, and one to the school committee chair who never returns calls but hates being left out. We went in anyway. Doors don't stop you when you're already inside the story. The pool room was a cathedral done in tiles. High echo, bad acoustics, banners for swim teams no one can remember by name. The lights were on half strength and flickered like a decision. The pool itself wore a cover. Dark vinyl stretched tight, a puckered skin over black. In the middle, a neat cairn of brass drawer pulls sat in a pyramid on a white towel the way a rich person sets fruit in old paintings. "Careful," Lena said, because the room made all of us want to move wrong. There was a sound under the cover.
Not splashing. A shift.
A hush, fabric moving over water slow and exact, like breath. "Benji." I called and hated myself for asking the room for mercy. The PA crackled. The old wall speaker high over the diving board coughed to life with the same bored energy as Tyler's radio. A voice, pleasant as a receptionist who has worked 3 holidays in a row. Roll call. Lena looked up at the speaker as if glaring ever scared one into civic behavior.
"Come out," she said.
"Enough. Equal offenders," the voice said. "We're at the shallow end. That's where towns drown." Something bobbed under the tarp. If you've ever watched a trapped animal breathe under a blanket, you know the shape. Not frantic. Awake. Waiting.
"I can cut it," Lena said.
Knife. I had one this time, the letter opener for my desk. Ridiculous. Fish-shaped. I handed it over. She rolled her eyes and accepted it like a subpoena. "Don't cut blind," the voice said mildly. "There's a grid under that sheet to keep kids from slipping in. You'll add more trouble than you remove." "Tell us where," I said. "Come clean," he said, and the speaker clicked like a throat clearing. Behind us, on the bleachers, a figure stood, hood up, hands in pockets, ordinary as someone waiting for their kid to finish practice. He didn't try to hide. He didn't run. He watched the tarp breathe. "Where's Benji?" Lena said, already moving along the pool's edge, palm testing the cover's tautness, eyes on the rope ratchets at the corners.
"Playing understudy," he said.
"Like all of us." "If he's under," I started. "Then he can breathe until you mistake hurry for help," he said. "Don't. Step where I step." He came down the bleachers, slow, as if the room owed him that pace. Up close. The temple scar peeking under the hood, the same patient mouth as in Kathy's snapshot, older and sharper. He hopped onto the gutter, toes gripping the rubber matting like he'd been born to pools and roofs. He stepped onto the cover. It took his weight the way a trampoline takes a serious promise, grudging then firm. He walked the line of the safety grid, white webbing under the vinyl, and the water beneath sloshed once annoyed. "2 rules," he said. "Think before you tear. Speak before you lie."
"Who are you?" I said.
"The man who learned your names at 17 when you scratched them into the bell," he said. "The man who learned to stand in rooms and not be counted. The town gave me a job. Observe." I took notes. "You're the first people to show up to be studied voluntarily in years. It's flattering." He squatted in the center by the brass pyramid and tapped the tarp with 2 fingers. Something rose under his knuckles, a small mound, then settled again.
"Here," he said.
Slow. Lena went out onto the tarp, as if walking a tightrope. She took the corner of the towel between 2 fingers and flicked it aside. The brass glinted, stupid and ceremonial. "Say his name," the man said. "Benji," Lena said, without the theatrical tenderness that would make him a martyr before he had the chance to be rescued. "If you're under, touch once." A pause. Then, a tap under the vinyl, hard enough to show. I emptied air out of my chest like a car losing power and didn't fall because there was nothing to fall off of. "Okay," Lena said. "We're going to cut. Not your side. Ours. Center seam," the man said, half to himself, pointing at a faint line in the sheen.
"There."
Gentle. The fish knife slid like it had been secretly waiting its whole cheap life to be taken seriously. Lena drew a careful incision. Air whooshed, vinyl slumped. Water moved in a way water moves when it's been patient and is now indulged. A hand appeared, pale, flooding blue from the room, fingers pruny. It thumped the grid and grabbed for purchase. "Hold," the man said quickly. "Grid first." We worked together without agreeing to. Lena threaded the knife under the grid webbing and sawed. I got my forearms under the cut and felt the cold remind me I was a person to my elbows. The hand caught my wrist. His grip was human. Relief flashed, vulgar and good. We widened the slit. The face that surfaced was Benji's jacket hood stuffed with towels, a mop head shoved into the neck like a stunt. The hand belonged to a mannequin arm, one of the emergency response dummies they use for lifeguard drills, zip-tied to the grid so it could tap on cue. The cold on my arms was the pool's quiet laughter.
I swore.
Lena didn't. She stared at the foam head and said, very gently, "That's not funny," because she knows how to make certain rooms ashamed when they get giggly about death. Better than practice, the man said. He had moved to the edge and was watching us that way some men watch a stove. Admiring competence, waiting to turn the knob. You cut the grid without slicing the hand you thought was attached to the person you love. That's an improvement over the tower. Where is he? I said. He's in the room you left last night, the man said. The dark room. He discovered the trick of light, and you discovered the trick of doors, and between you, you invented a story that looks like mercy. He's very alive. For now. Why here? Lena asked, voice flat. Why this? He stood and balanced on the seam as if it were a curb. Because this is where the town pretends water is safe, he said. Because this is where I met your friend Jax when he was 15 and supervised no one and showed off for girls by cutting the lane ropes with a pocket knife and then stood in front of the vice principal and called it an allegory. Because towns do their drowning in shallow ends, budgets, minutes, small votes that don't hurt until someone slips. Lena stared at him for a count that would have scared anyone else. You want a confession, she said. You'll have it. We were thrilled the bell rang. It vibrated exactly where we live. It proved we existed harder than we had 2 minutes before. We left Tyler because leaving kept the feeling in our bones and telling would have chased it out. We made a pact to preserve the thing we liked, ourselves. It was cowardice. It was vanity dressed like discretion. She pointed at the pyramid. You want tokens? Here, have grammar. We did it. He blinked once, surprised, almost pleased. There, he said. You finally said the part no one prints. He gestured with his chin at the banner that read State Qualifier 1999 in peeling gold. Understudy, he murmured. Always second place. What's your name? I said again, not because names save you, but because they dress a wound. We can't keep calling you a plot device. He looked at me over his shoulder for a long 2 seconds, as if scrolling through possibilities. He settled on none. R, he said. It's what her mother wrote. He meant Kathy's, like he could see into the blue hat. Ray?
Ross? Hank?
I tried, because giving a thing the wrong name sometimes shakes the right one loose. R, he repeated, like someone practicing refusal. Police voices bounced in the hallway. Real ones, not from a speaker. The janitor's nephew had found a supervisor who'd found a spare set of keys. Footsteps. Radios. Lena exhaled in a way that made the air feel new. R smiled under the hood, small, infuriating. We're done here, he said. He stepped off the cover into the gutter, shoes squeaking. Roll call continues. Tell Darrow I liked his sentence. It had edges. Benji, Lena said. In the church, R said. Tell father to check his own font. His eyes slid over me once, taking inventory. And, Mira, tell your father to stop leaving the lamp on. He sleeps fine without it. How do you? I started, heat flowering in my throat. He was already at the exit door, lifting the push bar with his elbow like a gentleman who hadn't quite stopped pretending. He slipped into the hall between one fluorescent flicker and the next. The door clapped like a lazy hand. 2 officers burst in like a rehearsal that had missed its cue. Step back, one said, seeing the cut tarp and our soaked sleeves and deciding we were both victims and perpetrators because paperwork likes both at once. What happened? Theater, Lena said, showing her bar card instead of her wrist. And a dummy. She pointed at the mannequin arm. One of yours. Officer number 1 grimaced. We've been short 3 since the summer swim class. Kids keep stealing them to make TikToks. Father Dorian answered the rectory phone on the first ring. Yes, he said, as if we had asked him a different question. I can hear it. I can hear it in the pipes. Hurry. We left the pool like you leave a bad party, apologizing to no one and everyone and stepping over the suggestion of something you'd rather not get on your shoes. The church's side door was open now, obligingly. In the nave, the air felt like the inside of a seashell. Water talked where water shouldn't, a distant glug-glug under the hymnals. In here, Father Dorian called, and we followed his voice to the baptistry where the small stone font sat like a punctuation mark at the end of an argument no one wins. The water was dark, disturbed. A sound bubbled up. Hey.
Hey.
Not from a radio. From the drain. Benji. Lena said, too sweet, and the sweetness didn't flatter her. Love. Don't make me take the Lord's furniture apart. A hand slapped the surface once. We all jumped. Lena grabbed the iron ring set into the floor beside the font. No one remembers why that ring exists, and yanked. A trap below the font shifted. Together, priest, clerk, lawyer. We got our fingers under the lip and lifted a square of heavy stone meant to be immovable. Underneath, steps, shallow, leading into a crawl space that smelled like every secret anyone ever hid under a church. And in the dark, Benji, waist deep and cold, his shirt glued to his ribs, his breath stringy, his laugh preposterously intact. You missed my monologue, he said, teeth knocking like spoons in a drawer. Get out, Lena said, with a tenderness that would cut you if you walked into it. We hauled him up together, his body a sack of choices. Father Dorian flung his coat around Benji's shoulders like a bishop performing a stunt. I shoved the nice church towels at him. He apologized to the embroidered cross and did not stop drying. How long? I asked, which is a cruel question that still insists on being asked. Long enough to realize clove oil doesn't make a good developer, he said, because Benji will always save you from the roughest shape of a sentence if he can. He let me hear you at the pool, through the vent. He likes his own dialogue. Did he tell you his name? Lena asked. Benji shook his head. He told me a story about being the one around things. Around the bell, around the pool, around Tyler. Not in. He speaks like a town does. We and you, and never I. I said. Sure, Benji said, fingers bent around the tea Father Dorian had produced from a place T thinks it invented. For. He wiggled his fingers at the ceiling. Revenant. Rope. Roll call. All the good words. Father Dorian frowned at the open square in the floor as if scolding a child who had taken apart a toy he wasn't supposed to. This isn't on any plan, he said. The world is older than the county, I suppose. Overhead, the bell in the tower didn't ring. The heating pipes did, a hot, dry knock, as if a house were clearing its throat before lying. Dorian flinched less than he had 2 days ago. Practice. My phone buzzed. A new text from the number we hated. A photo. The bait shop counter. A note leaned against the cash register in Darrow's blocky hand. Closed early. No fish want to be bought today. Behind it, taped to the pegboard, a sheet of town hall letterhead with meeting, 7 p.m., public comment highlighted, and a doodle of a bell someone had drawn the way kids draw suns, too radiant to be believed. Tonight, the caption read, Keep. What does that mean? Benji said, chattering into the rim of his cup. The 8th thing, I said, thinking of Maud in that other story I have no business remembering, and that remembered me anyway. We say it out loud in the room that likes to hide it. We keep. We already did, Lena said. We said intent. We said boats. We said names. We even said thrilled, which ought to count double. Maybe he wants it every night until habit's set, Father Dorian said, with the mildness of men who have learned the shape of penance. Some sins are only partially water-soluble. Benji grinned, a miserable, shining rictus that felt like life trying on relief. We're going to become a very boring town, he said.
Imagining.
We should get you warm, Lena said, already moving him toward the sacristy as if oxygen lived there. Then eat something that bites back. Then we go to the meeting, I said. And keep. And then, Benji asked. Tomorrow, I said, and the word wasn't a threat anymore. It was a clock. We find R before he finds a story that needs another body to be told right. The font gurgled one last time, a polite goodbye like a drain learning its manners. In the nave, the air reset around us. Outside, the sky settled on a color that meant rain without promising it. The pool cover at the school would have taken on a little more water, sagging where we'd cut it. Someone would skim the brass. Someone would write a line item. Someone would forget a footnote. Someone would remember. At 7, the room would fill. The bell might ring once, the honest pitch, not the ugly one. Or not. It didn't matter. Rooms listen harder when they know you will return tomorrow to say the same thing again, humanly. We did this. We will keep. Chapter 7. Public comment. I used to think nothing on earth could make a town show up on time to a meeting. Hunger does it. Fear does it better. At 6:55, the boardroom had the packed, humid patience of a bus in August. Men who wore their hats indoors had taken them off without being told. Kathy sat front row, blue hat in her lap, mouth a seam that wouldn't hold if pressed. Father Dorian leaned against the jamb like a man who had learned to be furniture when rooms needed him. Darrow wiped his glasses with a section of the ledger that would later be missing the word intent, as if the ink offended. I stood at the side table with the minutes open and the pen already uncapped. The county owns no pencils because erasure is an invitation. Lena took a place at the dais never intended for her and dared anyone to move her with her eyebrows. Benji wore a sweater that looked like he'd stolen it from a better man. His hands shook the way a window rattles when a truck passes. Honestly, 7 hit. The wall clock clicked the way clocks click when 1,000 ears are pretending not to coordinate. Darrow banged the gavel out of habit. The sound startled him into himself. "We're convened," he said. Public comment at the top per the agenda, and because he groped for civility and found its wrist. Because that's what decent is.
He looked at me.
"Mira, will you?" "I'm recording," I said. "And present." The room heard present the way churches hear amen. A woman with a toddler on her hip spoke first, voice shaking like a rope pulled the wrong way.
"Fix the tower," she said.
"Name who didn't. Put up a real sign that says not just no trespass, but this killed a man and we did it." A man whose porch collects opinions went second. "That lake's fed my family 2 generations," he said, eyes dragging across the ceiling like a net. "It's a good water with a bad tooth. Pull the tooth. Cap it." Kathy stood. "Leave the tooth," she said softly. "Clean the mouth." And then, because this town likes its theater with a program, he stood in the back and put his hand up the way boys do when they've learned when to be called on. Hood up.
Ordinary.
The room saw him in stages. Shadow/person/shape we've been wanting to hate without being asked. No one said sit. No one said remove your hood. The room had learned a little. Name for the minutes. I said, because I am the one who asks rooms to commit to ink. R, he said, and I watched 20 pens hesitate, then write it. R, public comment. He smiled a small, private piracy of a smile. Read Lawson, he added, as if remembering I had asked for a world in which we don't call men letters. Of Lawson scaffold. A hum rolled the room. The Lawson. J. Lawson from the shoebox underside. Dead last winter, without fanfare. Son, he said, shorter. Understudy. Darrow flinched like a boat hook had snagged his coat. We owe you money, he said before he could stop the truth. For a job we never let you do. Reed finished, amiable and bored. You ordered time and then decided to keep the present instead. He lifted his chin toward me. Minutes, Miss Hall? Can you read back the bit where you wrote pending funds in 2010? I read it. My voice didn't crack. You learned to put a hinge in it. Vote to postpone bell tower stabilization, pending funds from state grant.
My name underprepared by.
I said it in a tone that wasn't a whip or a pillow. Reed nodded, teacher's pet giving the teacher back the lesson. That's the sentence you kill towns with, he said. Pending funds. I came to say intent isn't enough if your mouths keep practicing pending. He shrugged as if the rest bored him, as if these were all lines in a play he'd understudied too long. Keep, he said, almost gentle. Or I keep ringing. You keep ringing and you die in jail, someone called. Too certain.
Do I?
Reed's eyebrows went up. The lake has better cells. Benji stood before Lena could stop him. You keep staging and you get what you want. An audience that claps at the wrong time, he said. We said the parts that rot to say. We're here. You want more? Tell us the last line. Reed scanned the room and landed on Kathy. I want her to not have to read about her brother in the features section like he's folklore. I want the town to stop calling weather what it calls decisions. I want the bell to stop making the ugly sound because you won't say what it should say. He pointed, sudden and obscene, at the ceiling, at the cheap tile that knows every sigh this room has ever mastered. 7:12 last night. That was a good ring.
Keep doing that.
You rang it, Darrow said, more accusation than question. Reed tilted his head. Or wind. Or the hinge remembering its job. You see how all your sentences try to let you off. Stop it.
He pointed at me.
Write this in your book. We kept. Then do it. Then what? Lena asked, not coy, not cornering. You walk away? You stop sending us photos of things we already own? You don't drown anyone else in mud? Reed's mouth flattened, then relaxed. I didn't drown your friend, he said. I put a rope on him and told him not to struggle. He struggled.
He sank.
That's a parable, not a murder, and it should live in a church, not a courtroom. He caught Father Dorian's eye and nodded like men who work the same shift at different altars. He fought less than you think. He wanted to do it right and hated dying wrong. He shook his head once, tiny, a man refusing to memorize one more bad line. I'm done telling you what story you're in. Keep or don't. I'll know. He stepped backward. The room breathed wrong. The door sighed.
He was gone.
No one clapped. The bell didn't ring. Darrow licked his thumb and flipped the agenda and did the bravest boring thing I've ever watched a man do. He conducted the meeting. Line items. Motions. Votes with names. No pending. When the clerk read AYE. Darrow into the mic. He startled like someone had slapped him and then smiled. A terrible, small smile, as if his jaw had learned a new hinge. On old business, Kathy stood again and brought the blue hat to the dais. She took out the photo of Tyler with his arm across, Reed as a boy. She lifted it so the room could see the temple scar like a notch you'd cut in wood to remember, where the saw stuck last time. He's a child, a man muttered, skeptical of anyone under 60 with the audacity to punish. He's a man, a woman corrected, softer. The room decided it would hold both. I wrote keep in the margin of the minutes, as if the letters had weight and could anchor something that wanted to slide. I wrote it again, smaller, at the bottom corner. One day, someone will box these, and a future clerk will open them in a hurricane of dust, and whatever we did here will either look like performance or policy. I wanted our handwriting to feel heavier than theater for once. After, the parking lot loitered with intention. Men pretended to inspect each other's trucks. Women compared calendars. Teenagers made videos of their own faces to prove they had been near a choice. Reed was not in his usual shadow. For the first time since the bell's throat found ours, the night felt more like weather and less like stage. Go home, Lena told me, which sounds like mercy and is also an order. Lock the door. Sleep. Set an alarm for whatever you call keeping and do it again. My father, I said. I'll have him home by curfew, she said, and the laugh surprised me enough to obey. On my porch, the lamp was off. I hadn't turned it. My father had listened to someone who wasn't me and lay on the sofa like a man who'd given his body to a union break and liked how it felt. The house had the quiet that comes when a thing that has been humming a long time realizes it can stop. I stood in the kitchen and put my palm flat on the table cut by cups and grocery lists and small arguments. It was ordinary. It felt like a door that had decided to only ever be a table. My phone chimed. A new text from Reed's number. Good minutes. Then midnight. Tower. One ring. Honest. Then come if you like. Don't if you trust me. Trust is heavy. I didn't know if I could pick it up. I put on boots. I left a note for Lena that said, bad idea, better chaperone. She sent back a knife emoji and the words, don't cut blind. The lake wore a small wind that pushed a dry hiss across the shore grass. The access road bar lowered its arm at me like a drunk trying at manners. The bell tower's arch yawned a different arc, a shade you only see in rooms where big noises live. Halfway there, I saw his silhouette sitting on the lowest step, elbows on his knees, as if the bell had kept him after class for a talk. "You came," he said. "I don't trust you," I said. "Good," he said. "I don't trust me either." He patted the step. "Sit." "I'll ring once, and you can tell me whether it sounds alive." "Alive like weather," I said. "Or alive like grievance." "Like ours," he said. "Like breath." He stood and took the stairs the way men take stairs they've taught their bodies not to fear. I followed. At the belfry, he did not put his hand on the wheel. He put his ear to the metal the way a doctor listens to a chest. "You oil a hinge just enough," he said, as if talking to the bell and to me and to Tyler across a distance neither of us could live with. "And you don't lose the voice. You lose the complaint." He tapped once, gentle, and the bell answered with a friendly tendon tension. "Good. Why tell me?" I asked. "You write it down." He took the rope, not the wheel, a respectful depth below the yoke. "You'll write it like boring and it'll stay." "Do you want boring?" I said. "For bells?" "Yes." He pulled. Not hard. A human weight, nothing fancy. The sound the bell made was not the ugly moan from the night Tyler fell. It wasn't a small ready from 712. It was the note you use for supper if you live within a mile, and there's pie. It went out across the black water and touched things that had not believed in supper in a long time and asked them to try. I felt it in my teeth. I felt it not as guilt, but as here. I could have cried, and didn't because some tears are greedy. "Okay," I said. "Okay." He let the rope rest on the plank and sat with his back to the wheel like a man who has made his god behave for a minute. He rubbed his temple, where the old scar made a weather map. "I'm leaving," he said. I tried to make my mouth not rush. "Where?" "Next town over," he said, smiling. "Their under renovation pool has been under renovation longer. They think their bell is decorative. Also, there's a woman there who laughs when she lies instead of crying. I like her. She thinks my name is Randy. I haven't corrected her." "You could stay," I said. "You could help us keep instead of testing us until we drown of exams." He considered. He really did. Then he shook his head. "I'm a bad parishioner," he said. "I only go to church when the roof leaks." He looked out over the water. "You have enough good ones now. I don't get to pretend I'm necessary." "Necessary and good are different shapes," I said. "You've been useful." He squinted at me in a sly, narrow way. "You saying thank you would kill you?" "It would inconvenience me," I said. "Thank you." He laughed, surprised and delighted, and for a second I saw the boy in the photograph under Kathy's thumb. The one with the knife scratch scar and the patience to stand next to a bell and learn its bad habits. He stood. "Tell Kathy I like the hat," he said. "Tell Darrow I'm not sending him an invoice and he owes me a beer. Tell Lena she can stop looking over her shoulder every time a door breathes. Tell Benji," he smiled wider. "Tell him his second act is better than his first. He's going to hate how much he likes being boring." "You tell them," I said, because I am a clerk and everything is better if it can be said by the person responsible. He shook his head. "I only get to ring once per town," he said. "If I stay, I'll ring too much." He lifted the rope again and let the bell speak one more time. A goodbye without sentimentality. The sound went out like a dog let off lead and came back because it always has. We went down together. At the arch, he put his hand on the stone the way men touch a horse's flank to say you were good. "Keep," he said to the rock and then to me. "Write it. Say it. Be tedious with it." "I can," I said. "I will." At the road, he paused. The sky had decided not to rain. Small stingy stars had negotiated a brief contract with the cloud. He took off the hood. The scar was just skin. His face was just a face. "There's one more thing," he said. He didn't fall quiet. "Tyler," I said. He said your name on his way. Reed said not cruel. He said all your names like a roll call, and then hey hey like a joke too old to be funny. You didn't hear because the room kept it. but he said them. You keep his. That evens the ledger as much as ledgers can be evened. He pointed at my pocket. I touched it without thinking. The store tag sat there, warm from being against me. I don't remember him giving it back. He must have. Keys are mouths, he said. Close them when you're done feeding the room. He walked away down the brush path, not stealthy, not theatrical. At the bend, he turned and did the plainest goodbye I have ever seen. Palm lifted, no flourish. Then the reeds took him, and the road took him, and the dark took him to a town that hadn't learned how to listen yet. The bell tower breathed the way empty rooms breathe when they are, briefly, not hungry. Across the water, beneath the big indifferent sky, a frog sang something ridiculous and honest. I stood there longer than I needed to and shorter than I wanted, then went home and wrote one sentence on a post-it and stuck it to the edge of the next set of minutes. We kept. Chapter 8, Ledger. The morning after the honest ring, the town woke up like a house after a party, sticky and determined. Trucks rasped down the access road with cones and tape. 2 men from County Public Works unfolded a clipboard large enough to be a shield. A draft invoice sat on Darrow's counter under the bait shop bell, Lawson Scaffold, Estate, in a typeface that had never believed in ghosts. He had scrawled paid across the bottom in the wrong line, then circled it twice like penance. You can't pay an estate, I told him, because clerks are cursed to say sentences that keep the world from slipping on legalities. You cut a check to Kathy, administrator, or to the contractor who takes the job. We'll do both, he said, as if excess could make a moral point. Write it. I did. I wrote check authorized, Bell's stabilization with names after each verb. Darrow moved. Chin seconded, board approved. Lena stood over the printer like a threat and watched it behave. She had raccoon eyes from the night, and a composure she'd polished on worse mornings. At 10, Kathy came to records with the blue hat and a list of serial numbers in her careful hand. My mother kept receipts in the ribbons, she said. If there's money, some of it has to go to his. She didn't say funeral. She didn't say regret. She handed me a velvet sack with the old Lawson stamp on it. Inside, a set of small brass spacers, perfect and stupid, the kind of hardware you only notice when it isn't there. They ship with scaffolds, she said. People throw them out. Would take them home and set them in little towers until my mother yelled at him for turning tables into cathedrals. She smiled once, unwilling, pleased at having said the thing out loud. He wasn't made to live in finished rooms. You want to see him again? I asked, and I meant read, meant meant the boy stamped on glossy paper beside her brother. I already did, she said, surprising me. When he was 16 and ate all our cereal and fixed our radio with a fork. He doesn't get another entrance. She set the velvet bag on the desk between us, like an offering you don't quite believe in. Bring these, she said. When they go up, the tower notices when people skip corners. By noon, men in borrowed hard hats were laying planks at the bell's throat like kindness. The air smelled like oak and tin. The same frog sang something ridiculous and honest from a puddle that would be a mouth by October. Lena and I stood at the arch and watched Boots do the old choreography of work. If you've ever seen a room agree to be improved, you know the sound. Not approval, exactly, consent. That invoice looks like contrition, Lena said, watching Darrow unpeel another roll of reflective tape like a boy with a very obedient toy. I'll take it. Minutes read better when a man learns to like I said. She made a face. I'll still throw a statute at him if he slips back into pending. At 3, the paper ran an afternoon update with a headline that sounded like it had flinched first and gotten braver second. Board funds repairs. Clerk names names. Someone in comments tried for witch hunt and was promptly smothered by a chorus of we were there from people who had, for once, earned the pronoun. I watched the thread for too long, marinating in the ugly comfort of being seen. At 4, Father Dorian came to the tower with a small bottle of oil, the kind you use on sewing machines and miracles. He didn't bless the bell. He greased the hinge with the concentrated affection of men who know the difference between reverence and upkeep. For Tyler, he said to no one, and then quiet. for my job not being make-believe. At 5, the sonar boat went out again, a low blue insect fussing across the water, patient. At 6, it came back quiet. The reservoir keeps its mouths when it wants to. The woman who runs the console squeezed my hand as if my hands knew what to do next. They didn't. At 7, the bell didn't ring. The room didn't sulk. The sky pulled a cloud over like a shirt. The men on the scaffold packed their language and their lunch. Darrow locked the new chain across the arch. Industrial this time, not symbolic. He looked smaller and entire when he did it, like a man who had, at last, chosen a team. It should have felt like an ending. It didn't. The night had a pressure I recognized from summers when heat learns how to turn weather into a decision. Reed's text at midnight, one ring, honest, still warmed my pocket like a coal, but there is a kind of useful ache that follows decency. The ledger will never quite balance. Coal was still a sentence we could not conjugate. Jax was still a headline that had learned to write our names. Even the bell, in its better voice, had the habit of the ugly one under its hum. I took the spacers in Kathy's velvet sack home like contraband and set them on my kitchen table in a tower out of reach of my father's elbows. They glinted like small arguments won. He shuffled in and considered them as if they might fetch.
Pretty, he said.
Useful, I said. You sound like your mother when she told me to marry her, he said. She asked practical, and I said yes, as if it were poetry. You did, I said. We both smiled at the accident of our lives. I slept and dreamed of water rooms, classrooms full of tide, gymnasiums with currents, a choir loft where the pews floated in place and sang by knocking into each other gently. In each one, a hand reached from just below the surface and tapped the underside of something. Table, tarp, font.
Hey.
Not a haunting, an attendance. At dawn, the lake gave a body back. It wasn't theater. Some bodies the reservoir keeps. Some it returns the way a guilty person sets a borrowed tool outside your door at 6 a.m. and hopes you'll find it and not ask. He came up by the old boathouse, where reeds make a lie of ground. A fisherman saw the white of a shoulder and the black of a cheap t-shirt and waded in up to his thighs and said no until his voice turned inside out. The deputy, who took my statement later, said the man kept saying equal like it was a prayer. They called me because clerks are numbers you dial when you can't bear to dial mothers. I went because I don't know how to not. Lena arrived like a statue with bare feet, hair down, eyes unkind to anyone who got between her and whatever was about to happen. Benji came in a sweater that made him look like a person who could answer the door when a casserole arrives. Father Dorian stood aside and did the old work. Breath counting, names pronouncing, eyes staying open in case we wanted to practice not drowning. It was Cole. The lake had combed him and given him back his face. It had left his mouth a little open as if he had one more line and then realized he'd said enough. The white around his wrist showed where the tie had bitten and where it had not. Lena put her hand on my shoulder and kept it there, which is a thing lawyers do when no one is looking. A man on the bank, someone's uncle, everyone's chorus, said, soft and stupid with grief. At least you have him. Lena's hand squeezed my bones. I opened my mouth to say something like at least back, and then didn't because there are no algebraic gestures for this math. Kathy was there before the tarp, which should be a crime against the living.
She didn't go to the edge.
She stood where the reeds make a fence and folded her hands in a way that looked like trying to count and failing. He said my name once, she said, almost conversational, to the water. I'll say his 1,000.
She looked at me.
Right, we kept on that, will you? I will, I said, and meant the stupid promise in its smallest, strongest shape. The deputy wrote no sign of foul play and stopped, then crossed it out like a man learning to spell. He replaced it with pattern consistent with entrapment, and then added intent because the paper had taught him to. He hated me for watching, then liked himself for not wanting me to stop. By noon, the scaffold had climbed a rung. By 5, we had dates. Cap the arch with a gate that makes music when you touch it wrong. List names on a plaque where children can count them instead of inventing dares. Oil the hinge on the first Monday of every month, after the trash trucks and before the bus hiss. Father Dorian hung a small sign beside the new chain that said, in Lena's handwriting, "This room owes you nothing." At 6 reads number sent one last thing. A live location pinned drifting west down the state road, like a bug tracking its own hunger. "You're boring now," the text said.
Good.
Then keep. He didn't add tomorrow. He didn't have to. The word lived in us now, less a threat than a calendar. When I posted the minutes that night, I did a scandalous thing. I left in the margins. I let the keep I'd scribbled at the bottom show through the scanner, like a ghost-shaped watermark. A boy in the comments with a username that sounded like a dare wrote, "LOL, the clerk left her notes in." Another person, older, meaner, probably kind under the right light, typed back, "Good." Lena came over with takeout and sat on my kitchen floor like a college student who had accidentally won at adulthood. We ate dumplings and made fun of the plastic saint and talked about budgeting like nerds. Benji texted a photo of a rehearsal schedule. He'd said no to 2 parts that made him too clever and yes to one that made him carry a spear and listen. Darrow sent a snap of the check run with AY underlined and, for the first time in his long marriage to the town, a selfie with a smile that didn't look like indigestion. At 10, the bell rang once honest, because Darrow had asked the foreman if he could pull the rope slowly without confusing OSHA, and the foreman had said sure, but gently, and the bell had decided to be forgiving. At midnight, the lake took a breath and let it out without wanting anything back. That's not poetry. That's weather learning manners. In bed, I put a hand on the wall and felt the beat of the house. When you've spent your days listening for ugly rings, the ordinary knocks can sound like grace. Somewhere down the road, in a different town with a different pool under renovation, a man with a scar would be looking at a bell with his head tipped in patience and mercy to the same angle. He would ring once, honest, and wait to see if anyone came with minutes instead of torches. He would leave if they kept. In the morning, I would write "we kept" at the top of the agenda, and then, when I printed the minutes, tuck it down where footnotes have always lived. Not hidden. Anchoring. We were indecently alive. And the rooms around us, tower, font, pool, board, had learned a little to want less. That is sometimes as close to peace as towns get. Chapter 9, Understudy. 2 weeks is long enough for a small town to practice being itself again. By the time the scaffold hugged the tower to its shoulder, the board had voted AY, so often Darrow started bringing cough drops. The paper-printed maintenance calendar in a type size normally reserved for snow days. On the church bulletin, between knitting circle and food pantry needs, Father Dorian added hinge oil. First Mondays, which made 3 old ladies nod with the tragic relief of people who finally feel seen. We buried coal. The town does funerals like it does bake sales. Fully, even if love arrives second to logistics. Lena read without trembling until she wanted to. Benji carried the casket's middle, a place for men who didn't make it all the way to groan. Kathy stood at the aisle and said equal under her breath, like a bead. My father put a hand on my back the entire second hymn, as if I were a door, and might forget to latch. Jax's case, Jackson Wells, 35, stayed open in a way that felt honest for once. The report that had started no sign of foul play now read probable ligature homicide, investigation ongoing. Lena bullied that sentence into existence and slept afterward as if she'd pulled a building up with a rope. The sheriff rolled his eyes in private and bought her coffee in public, which is civic evolution. On a Wednesday with weather unsure of its job, Public Works came to set the gate, a custom steel scissor that would draw across the arch like the lid of a reluctant piano. Kathy brought the velvet sack of Lawson spacers and watched the men set them with the reverence she reserves for ink on good paper.
Corners, she said.
A thing forgets its corners and you get rot. We decided on a plaque because towns insist on nouns to bless verbs. Tyler Gage 1987 to 2010 above Cole Merritt 1988 to 2027, with room beneath because grief knows better than we do, then smaller. Maintenance is love, Lena's line, Darrow's uneasy eye. Under that, in a font that had never done harm, we kept. You can't put love on municipal metal. Darrow had protested until Kathy looked at him the way sisters look at men, and he shut up. They'd asked me to read something at the dedication. I chose minutes, not prose. There's a power in telling a crowd. Moved, seconded, approved. People like hearing their names stuck to verbs. It gives their days the shape of a useful tool. At noon, as we gathered under the tower's new shadow, a cloud built over the ridge, immodest and fast. A wind came across the reservoir and argued with people's hems. A baby hiccuped itself into a nap. Benji grinned at me and mouthed boring as a benediction. Then the power flickered. The public works truck coughed and died mid-hydraulics. The PA's speaker whined and quit. Father Dorian's portable mic went to the small useless HHHH that makes rooms swear. Above us, the bell, stabilized, oiled, chastened, gave a dry flex, the kind a back makes before choosing to be good. The old habit in the crowd, the one that listens for ugly, woke. You felt it, a whole town's shoulders climbing toward their ears. Stand easy, Dorian said, without a mic and with a mouth that knows how to do the work anyway. Rooms behave better when we do. A shape moved along the scaffold, middle tier, ordinary, hoodless, hard hat unbothered. The foreman, checking a pin. A second shape, leaner, ducked a rung and came to rest where the bell's rope dropped through the plank. He wore a reflective vest like contrition and smiled with a man's whole face, which is how you know to look for the hands. Read, Benji said. He didn't wave. He tipped 2 fingers off his temple, scar catching the weak light. Understudy checking the set, he said. You have a lot of faith in steel and very little in angle. Someone tightened this with pride and forgot gravity has a personality. He tapped the yoke, respectful, then the new gate track, less so. A moment. Lena was already moving, because you do not let the man who taught your bell bad habits reposition your hardware. Reed pointed at the foreman's wrench. May I? The man hesitated, then handed it over the way a drummer hands a stick to a stranger who can count. Reed adjusted 2 bolts we hadn't considered vital. He did it with no romance. There, he said. Now your honest ring won't fight your hinge. He glanced down at me. You came. You asked? I said, which is my whole priesthood. He looked out over the crowd and did a small, private inventory. Kathy's blue hat, Darrow's performed contrition, Benji's shiver hidden in an expensive sweater, Lena's patience sharpened to a useful point, my father's hands empty for once. No lamp to fuss with. I'll go, he said. This isn't my final scene. Stay through the ring, I said, before remembering that asking invitations from men is how towns buy trouble retail. He shrugged. I'll stand where the understudy stands. He moved back a rung, the way men trained by theaters do, just off light, close enough to catch if the lead missed. The wind swallowed and lost. Power returned, first to the truck, then to the PA. The mic laughed with relief. The bell settled its weight across the tower's grammar and waited without complaint. Let's do the boring thing, I said into the mic, and the laugh from the crowd arrived like weather and left like in. I read, moved by Darrow, I. Seconded by Chun, I. Approved, I. I read schedule and allocation and monthly, and the room followed the verbs like a hymn with no tricky deskins. Father Dorian said the shortest prayer in the inventory of prayers. Let this be work you enjoy. We left the rope looped on its peg, because doors have to learn manners from absence. The foreman reached for it anyway, a decent man wanting the punctuation mark. Reed shook his head once. The foreman nodded and put his hands in his pockets and learned in public, which is a courage rarer than any rescue. The bell didn't ring. The air did. That's what happens when 100 people decide not to make a miracle when a calendar will do. After, under the new chain and the plaque, people milled the way stirred sugar does. Slow content. Benji made jokes with corners. Lena explained intent to a teenager until the kid said oh in a way that made Lena look like she might forgive a committee. Kathy took the velvet bag out again and lined 3 spacers on the sill like chess. Reed came down the scaffold like he'd purchased it, stopped at the chain, and touched the new gate with 2 fingers. Good hinge, he said. Satisfying track. You could have left, Lena said. We would have found you 3 towns over putting cleats on a roof. He smiled. You didn't need me to go. So, I didn't. He looked at the plaque. He read the names like a man tasting ingredients. His eyes settled on maintenance is love. He laughed once, no cruelty.
Fine, he said. Phoenix.
Stay, I blurted, which I'd promised myself I wouldn't do. I don't mean be here. I mean, answer your phone when Kathy wants to undercook brownies for someone who eats them like miracles. Put your name on a schedule somewhere. Pick up a wrench when the foreman's late. He studied my face as if it were a map, and he distrusted cartographers. I'm built to leave rooms better than I found them, and then go find worse ones, he said. But I could try failing at that. That's the sentence you kill drifters with, Lena said dryly. I could try failing. It's almost poetry. It's mostly permission. Kathy stepped close with the velvet sack. Her mouth was the firm line women make when they are doing something that will embarrass them if they don't aim it right the first time. She didn't offer him the bag. She put it on my palm, steady, then lifted my wrist like a judge. Myra's job, she said to Reed without looking at him, is to distribute tools you haven't earned yet. If you want spacers, you ask her. If you want a ring, you ask the foreman. If you want to put your hand on the wheel, you ask Tyler. You will not get an answer, but you will ask. Reed nodded, chastened and amused in the same breath. Understood. He took a breath to make a joke. Understood, understudy, and then didn't, which is its own profession of faith. We would have ended on that decency if life respected arcs. It does not. A siren, not the tower, not the church, whipped down the access road like a judgment. The sonar boat, the blue insect, the woman who runs the console standing up before it had quite stopped. She didn't bother with the console. She pointed, open, helpless, toward the trees on the far bank where the reeds form a lie and the shore makes promises it cannot keep. Another, she said, not shouting, just making the word as small as she could to keep it from breeding. By the old spillway. We were looking for junk. She shook her head, a woman who believes in machines and hates when the water wins. We went because towns go. Lena with a run she refuses to call one. Benji with his hands already occupied with the act of holding something that won't exist yet. Reed, without swagger, without apology. Darrow driving the bait shop pickup like a man who's put eye under his tongue and isn't done tasting it. It wasn't a body. Not this time. The reeds had coughed up another token, same as the brass, different. A bell clapper, rusted, heavy, obscene out of context. Someone had tied a neat bowline through the eye and anchored it to an exposed rib of the drowned town's foundation, where the spillway stones show their age. On the metal ball, scratched deep and careful, 2 letters, TG. Kathy laughed, a single, cracked note. He broke his own bell, she said, and it sounded like relief disguised as blasphemy. Years ago, he told me once. He said it liked to ring ugly, and I took away its mouth. I thought he meant poetry. He meant this. Reed put a hand on the bowl and knot. It was correct. It would have held a horse. He looked past it out to the tower shouldering the clean sky. He took away the tongue. Reed said, suddenly and thoroughly gentle. He made an understudy do the voice work for a decade. And you learned the part, Lena said, not to wound, to say the thing the body knew. I did, he agreed, on a set where they never paid the crew. The woman from the boat coughed like a motor that's been turned off reluctantly. Can I cut it? She asked no one in particular. I hate looking at it. Leave it, Kathy said, surprising herself us.
For now.
Put a stake with found in Myra's handwriting. Let water have a relic it means to give up on purpose. She met my eyes. We don't take bait anymore, but we don't have to catfish the lake either. I wrote found. TG Clapper on fluorescent tape and strapped it to a stake crooked as a teenager. I wanted to add we kept and did not, which is a habit I'm learning. Let some things be whole later. By evening, the sky decided to finally do what it had been threatening. Rain came, a fine, proper sheet. It made the scaffold's planks sing a decent metallic. It knocked the ribbon of caution tape into obedience. It made puddles in the cart ruts. Children stepped in them and said hey just to hear the water answer hey back, which is not haunting, just physics, but I liked the sound anyway. At midnight, the bell rang once, honest. The way a good clock says you can sleep now, I'll keep the count. I looked at my father's lamp, off, obedient, at the post-it on the minutes, ghosting through, at the velvet sack on the table, cinched. I thought of Reed at some county line, thumbs on the wheel, deciding whether to move his scar to another town. I thought of Tyler, who had taken a mouth away on purpose because it made the wrong sound, and of the way the lake can be taught manners if you are stubborn and boring enough and bring the right tools. And I thought, not fondly and not unkindly, of the ugly ring, the one that still lives in my bones like coins swallowed by a child's dare. It's part of the ledger. You don't erase it. You write around it, names, schedules, hinges, apologies that do not ask for change. You stack the spacers. You oil the pin. You pull the gate and let it sing the quiet music of obstacles. Tomorrow, we would set the final crossbar. We would mount the plaque. We would put a lock on the gate that deserved to be trusted. We would go home and eat leftovers. We would fail at some smaller thing. We would keep, and somewhere to the west, in a pool under renovation, a man who calls himself what we wrote in the minutes would be standing on a tarp seam, smiling, betting against himself. If he was lucky, and I hope he is, he'd learn to like listening more than ringing.
If he wasn't, well,
We have minutes. We have a hinge. We have a bell that can tell the difference. Chapter 10, Keep. On the morning we hung the plaque, the rain remembered how to be useful. Not a storm, just the kind of steady, workmanlike weather that makes paint honest and keeps tempers level. The scaffold wardrobes that ran the same path as yesterday's and would again tomorrow. Someone had tied a length of red ribbon to the bottom rung. It darkened to brick and stuck. Kathy arrived with a thermos that said county in flaking letters and the blue hat tilted like punctuation. Darrow brought donuts in a box with grease maps on the underside where the best ones had escaped. Father Dorian had the bottle of oil in his pocket and his small courage in his mouth. Lena leaned on the gate, reading the welds the way other people read palms. Benji looked boring on purpose and failed in a way that made 3 teenagers ask if he was the theater guy. He said not today, and meant it. I brought the minutes and the velvet sack of spacers, because maintenance is props as much as it is verbs. At 10, we bolted the plaque to the stone where the arch makes a sentence out of air. Tyler Gage, Cole Merritt. Beneath, maintenance is love. We kept. The names did their work without requesting applause. Do you think he'd like it? Benji asked, chin toward the water where reeds told small lies in a breeze no one admitted to. Tyler,
Kathy said.
He'd hate the font and love the fact. That will have to do. She touched We Kept with one finger, like a parent checking a child's forehead for fever. Stay put, she told the words. You're going to want to wander. The gate slid on its track, satisfying, no confetti. The lock seated like a decision that didn't need ceremony. On cue, the public works foreman frowned in the happy way of men whose corners have been noticed. That's plum, he said to no one. We'll check it next month. We will, I said, making it so by saying it in the voice the room now obeyed. I gave him the list, first Mondays, hinge oil, chain check, plaque wipe. He took it like bread. You going to ring? A kid asked, because children ask the question adults are being polite about. He had the look of someone who could inherit a bell and not ruin it. No, Dorian said. Not today. Today the bell gets to listen. We set up 2 folding tables because towns install tables the way better places plant trees. On one, the donuts and the thermos and paper cups that had learned to feel important. On the other, a ledger book with crisp, legal pages and a line at the top in my hand, witness to maintenance. A joke, at first, then not.
People signed. I.
Present. Here. Some wrote their occupations, and others wrote what they cooked best. It looked like a recipe for a town. At noon, the rain thinned, then thought better and returned. We stayed. We keep, Lena said, soft, as if the words might feel too used otherwise. Even when it's not dramatic. Especially then, Dorian said. He greased the hinge with the tender meanness of men who finally get to fix instead of absolve. We are all understudies until somebody breaks something and hands us the script. Who gets first watch? a man asked, halfway joking. Mrs. Kinlawn, Benji said, and the room laughed because the woman who scolds crows with municipal ferocity had just arrived under a gigantic umbrella. Then Tom. Then whoever raises their hand and doesn't mind being known for it. Put me down for the third Tuesday, any month with an R in it, Mrs. Kinlawn announced. And for yelling at anyone who confuses honest ringing with showing off. Done, I said, and wrote Kinlan. Third Tuz as if the letters themselves had weight. Across the water, something white winked, one of the stakes where we'd marked the clapper with fluorescent tape. The lake had risen a finger since yesterday's rain, and the tape snapped once and lay down in the reeds without drama. We didn't fetch it. We'd written it once. The water could do its version. Reed didn't come. The part of me that is a child about symmetry wanted him to. The part that has learned to like boring more than Epiphany was relieved. The last text from his number, "You're boring now." Good. Had sat a while in my phone, warm as a coin, and then cooled. By 2, the crowd thinned to the ones who clean up without being asked. We stacked tables. We harvested paper cups abandoned by excellent people. The public works truck rolled away, satisfied enough to be owned by a county. Darrow and Kathy stood side by side under the arch with the intimacy of co-conspirators in a new crime. Doing it right. Come to dinner, Kathy told him suddenly, as if the thought had been arguing with her better manners all morning. My mother invites too many and undercooks everything. You can say no and show up anyway. Darrow looked like a man asked to move his couch without the promise of pizza. I don't, he started, and then stopped because stopping is a skill too. I'll bring pie, he said, and fled before anyone made a meeting of it. At 3, the sheriff found me at my desk and stood in my doorway the way men do when they need your pen as a moral alibi. He held a folder. Wells, he said, the city sent over hard copies of a thing we asked for 3 weeks ago. He laid the papers down like an admission fee. Rental records. Timestamps. A grainy still of a man at 2 in the morning buying rope and tape at a chain store that thinks fluorescent is a personality. Not Reed. Not anyone whose face we needed a priest to forgive us for not recognizing. A man named Hartwell who had grown up 2 towns east, gone to school with Jax, and failed at the kind of life Jax lied and said he had. A number that matched one on our unknown text a month ago, before the lake learned our names. A receipt for clove oil and a disposable camera bought on the same day as rope. Friend, I asked, staring at the still like it would confess. Jealousy with a master's degree, the sheriff said, grim, weirdly loving of accuracy. He liked what Wells let him be. He killed him for not liking it back. You thirsty? I asked, because grief and justice have the same aftertaste. Yes, he said. Tell Lena, I said. Let her say intent at a press conference and borrow our bell. He smiled, one of those small miracles mornings do, and left to go practice sentences that wouldn't choke. When he was gone, I took the last page and rolled it into the ledger under witness to maintenance. Not to hide, there's a file for everything, but to remind myself that some stories want to be solved and some want to be tended. We'd get the first. We'd do the second until we forgot how to be flashy and remembered how to be good. Evening came with the sound of forks and the satisfaction of schedules. My father argued with the radio about the weather and lost on purpose. We ate leftovers cold. I put the velvet sack on the mantel because nothing will save you faster from turning a relic into a superstition than putting it where you dust. At 8, the bell did not ring. The rain did its job and quit without a speech. I walked the access road alone because long days go down better with a short walk. The gate caught a last wet glint in the light leaking from the county lot. The plaque looked like it had always lived in the stone. In the shallow ditch, frogs threw a ridiculous concert and then muffled themselves as if to make room for a solo that did not arrive. Footsteps behind me, not sneaking. That ordinary, generous pace that says you already know me. I didn't turn until the person was at my shoulder, breath familiar. Boring? Reed asked. We're working on it, I said. He looked at the gate. He looked at the hinge. He looked at the list laminated to the post in plastic, so heartbreakingly cheap it might survive a war. That will hold, he said. If you keep. We will, I said, and then, unable not to ask, why the clapper? Tyler did it, he said, months before. He told me a bell that rang ugly should be made to want. He never got to finish naming it back to honest. You did. He put his hands in his jacket pockets, like a man tempting himself to stay. I stopped by to see if I could bear leaving, and he smiled, barely. He rocked on his heels. She laughs when she lies, he added, apropos of nothing and everything. I like it. I might try telling the truth just to hear her laugh less. Try failing, I said. Understudy's oath, he said. He held out his hand. I shook it. The scar under his temple looked like a hyphen tonight, joining past to what passes for future. We walked back together, two people auditioning for average and landing close enough. At my porch, he paused, studied the lamp, off, nodded once, as if to approve a small obedience in a big house. Don't call me if you can help it, he said. Not because I won't come, because you won't need to. We kept, I said. You keep, he corrected gently and went, not vanishing, just leaving like a person with shoes that know the road. The days learned to stack. First Monday, Hinge. Third Tuesday, Kinlawn. The public works foreman discovered pride that didn't need an audience. Darrow said I so often his wife adopted it in the kitchen and meant yes, deer with more spine. Benji took the spear and listened and liked it, and then, when a director tried to mistake his boredom for absence, he said no to the wrong offer and yes to teaching kids how to call places by their names. Lena set up a fund for dull things, bolts, grease, metal work, that filled faster than the splashy ones ever had. Kathy's mother baked brownies that undercooked exactly the same way every time. She put a clapper-shaped dent in the pan for luck, and no one told her luck isn't that obedient. Cole's marker took 6 weeks, which is fast for a stone that needs to learn its job. Kathy had ordered it because she knows how to spend money, as if it remembers. Under his name we put, he was here. That's all. It's what he asked for when he sank. Jax's case went to court in a building that leaks in winter and sweats in summer. The man who bought clove oil and rope and liked what Jax let him be learned the sound a gavel makes when a sentence arrives. It is not an honest ring. It is not ugly. It is the sound a room makes when it keeps a promise. Once, mid-September, a teenager with a skateboard and an appetite tugged at the gate. It didn't budge. He kicked it not out of malice, but because feet tell the truth you're not ready to say. He glanced up at the bell. It stared back dignified. The kid read the sign, "This room owes you nothing," and made a face that had hope under its scowl. He sat on the step and ate a sandwich and left the wrapper in the bin. Mrs. Kinlawn, out of sight, said good to the air. At the end of the month, the board passed a resolution that made no news. Maintenance schedules shall be published. Failures shall be named with responsible parties. It made 3 men uncomfortable and gave one teenager the sudden ambition to become a clerk. I filed it where it would be found and underlined shall with the tip of my pen until the paper almost tore. On a Thursday with a sky that looked like tin and behaved better, I oiled the hinge, wiped rain grit from the plaque, and found a new smudge where someone had leaned a hand. I left it there. Some fingerprints help a thing remember who it belongs to. On my walk home, I cut across the old ball field. A group of kids had a bell on a string, craft class, 3 washers, and a bit of copper pipe. Each time it tapped, it made a timid, decent sound. They hung it from a branch and walked away from it without asking it to notice. The branch swayed. The little bell remembered and forgot, in a wind that did nobody wrong. That night, as I wrote the minutes, I did something not scandalous at all. I wrote we kept at the top, not the bottom. I put it in the place where you expect call to order and roll. I left it there on purpose. When I scanned, it ghosted through again, and nobody mind. A teenager in the comments with a username like a dare wrote, LOL, she did it again. Someone else typed, good. A third, we kept. It looked like a choir finally finding its note without a conductor. The bell rang once at 7:12 because the foreman had finished early and had permission. It sounded like supper when there's enough. It sounded like a town that still had work and wanted it. I went to bed with the window open. The house made its small, decent knocks. Pipes changing their minds. The fridge deciding to be helpful again. The neighbor's screen door practicing better manners. I put my palm on the wall and felt the thrum of a place that had chosen not to be haunted and was, instead, loved. Somewhere west, a man with a scar would be standing under a different bell, teaching it to behave or learning to leave it alone. Somewhere east, a boy I don't know yet would be stealing a ladder and thinking he invented mischief. He'd meet a sign that told him the room owed him nothing and he'd choose. Today, no. Tomorrow, maybe. A week after keep. The lake breathed once, then twice. Not a mouth, not a trap. A body of water that had learned a few new words and kept them. And I slept, not prettily but properly, with the boring mercy of people who have minutes to approve in the morning and a hinge to oil, and a bell to ignore unless it asks nicely. When the clock flipped to midnight, nothing rang, and it felt like a promise kept. Epilogue: minutes for the quiet years. The first winter after we learned to be boring, the lake froze in a pattern that looked like handwriting. It wasn't. Ice does what it wants. Still, standing on the access road with my scarf pulled up and my pen refusing to work, I thought, it's practicing our letters. K kept appearing, angles and insistence.
Keep.
By then the scaffold was down. The gate slid like a thought we didn't have to argue with. The hinge had a shine you only get from hands that schedule their care. The plaque wore fingerprints and drizzle, and once, briefly, a lipstick kiss someone wiped off with the back of a mitten and an embarrassed grin. The bell rang 4 times a week for practical reasons. A lost dog, a boil water notice, a wedding scheduled on a Saturday when the microphone refused to behave. It never rang ugly. Once, when the wind hit wrong and the rope snagged, it coughed out a tone with the old complaint in it, and the foreman swore quietly and climbed the inside stairs like a cuss word learning better manners. We kept. The first spring, Tyler's clapper rolled a little in its cradle of reeds and then sank a thumb deeper. We let it. Once a month, someone tied a fresh ribbon to the stake we'd marked found. TG clapper, and the lake took the ribbon, or didn't. Either way, the stake stayed. Either way, the tape faded. Either way, the reed wove it into itself. The world will collaborate if you choose the right scale. Kathy's mother began inviting too many to supper every other Thursday. That's how you measure a town's health. The number of chairs dragged from bedrooms. Darrow brought pie and, eventually, a tentative boyfriend who knew how to say "I" on purpose. Kathy kept the blue hat hook by her door as a sort of bell you could wear in bad weather. On nights when grief made the room smaller, she'd hand it to me to hang. My job was to set it at the one angle that kept it from slipping. Benji taught a class out of the church basement called Stage Directions for Citizens. On the first day he wrote on the chalkboard, "Downstage equals where people can see you. Upstage equals where the work happens." Then he passed around a clipboard and made 20 teenagers sign up for dull roles. Note taker, timer, checker of corners. "If you want to be a lead," he said, "learn to move chairs without narration." They adored him for it and hated him just enough to listen. Lena started a fund that paid for bolts and grease and the kind of jobs that don't get ribbon cuttings. People gave to it faithfully because it had no glamour. In a town that had finally learned the price of glamour, this read as absolution. She still argued with the DA, but less. The new one learned the shape of intent faster than the bell could ring. When a journalist from the city asked Lena how we turned our scandal into a policy, she said, "We decided to stay in rooms after the interesting part ended." The article misquoted her as, "We decided to stay interesting." She didn't sue. She underlined "stay" and mailed the clipping to me with a smiley face drawn like contempt. Cole's stone weathered to the right color faster than anyone predicted. The words "he was here" do something to a person. They turn the dead into an address. His mother sat there sometimes with a thermos and no audience and pointed out birds. Once, a teenager asked if she minded him practicing skateboard tricks nearby because the asphalt was better. She said, "Tell me the 3 rules." He said them and then did. Jax's trial ended with a sentence the courthouse could pronounce. Hartwell, 28, guilty on all counts. The clerk in that room stamped paperwork with satisfying thumps. Benji and I sat in the back and held our breath when the gavel fell. It was not an honest ring, but it wasn't ugly either. It was finally someone else's room doing its job, so ours didn't have to pretend. Derivative justice, not original sin. We went home and didn't talk for a full hour on purpose, like musicians resting after a rehearsal that didn't need applause. As for Reed, our understudy, hinge whisperer, he left like he said he would. Not vanished, simply absent. 3 towns west of Poole found a tarp sliced correctly along the seam, and a council that had postponed a gate for 8 years past AY after a boy no one wanted to learn the name of slipped into a shallow end and came out frightened enough to count. Under maintenance signs in that county grew barcodes you could scan to read schedules and names. Once a postcard appeared in our mailbox with a photograph of a bell that wasn't ours and a handwritten note on the back. She doesn't laugh when she lies anymore. This is progress. The stamp was crooked. The face had a scratch. I filed it under correspondence miscellaneous, because not everything you love deserves a shrine. The second winter, Ice took the stake by the clapper and snapped it clean. The ribbon went under with the sound a small vow makes. In the spring we found the stake at the far cove, silt-sugared and stubborn. Kathy tucked it behind the records cabinet like a souvenir you don't brag about. Not all found things go on plaques, she said. Some just sit nearby and remind you. We agreed. Years don't turn in tidy quarters, but the hinge on the first Monday did. We made a habit of oil and rags. Kids brought their parents to witness to maintenance and wrote with grape-stained fingers, present and here and once trying. I kept every page. They look like literature when you stack them. People came to town to ask how we made a horror story into a policy. Some wanted a system to replicate, which is the wrong question, and also the only one that gets funding. We gave them a schedule, a signed template, a checklist, advice on bar grease, a sample motion. They took selfies with the gate. They wanted to pose with the bell. We let them stand near it and hear it not ring. Half of them understood. The other half posted the photos anyway with captions about resilience and healing. If the captions got us a grant for replacement bolts, fine. If not, we wrote an O with names and moved on. Once, no cameras, no visitors. Father Dorian and I went below the vestry and put a hand on the linen covering the bad paint because old stories echo whether you approve of the key. We let the room be a room, not a door.
We did not ask.
We stood.
We left.
It mattered. Not because of ghosts or miracles. Because furniture remembers. On the 10th anniversary of the sentence we celebrated by approving the minutes and eating sheet cake in the lobby. The bell rang once at 7:12. Honest, and children under 10 clapped without irony, as if the hour were a performance. If that's superstition, I'll take it. Superstitions that teach you to show up on time belong on calendars. Sometimes late, when the lake makes its throat sounds and the house knocks politely, I think of the night the bell rang wrong and measured us. It still lives in my ribs, that ugly note, the way a scar under a temple hides under a laugh. But it doesn't rule the room. It's part of the ledger we didn't erase, written around with names and dates and dull verbs that do more work than adjectives ever could. The last entry in Witness to Maintenance this year reads, in block letters I recognized from a boy who once asked if he could ring without permission. Kinlan, third tus, yelled at a team. He said sorry. We ate donuts. It made me happier than any headline in a decade. Today, the hinge got its oil. The chain took a kind hand and gave a softer sound back. The gate slid without pretending to be ceremony. The plaque wore rain and did not argue with it. The bell listened. The water breathed. We approved the minutes. We kept.